president say CIA. You could tell he did it by accident.
he was confirming CIA on the gun.
Exactly. He was like, yeah, the CIA and the military knew they were You could tell. I don't know if you recall, in the first administration, he thought he could stand in front of the wall with the stars of the fallen gods in an overcoat and be. Have you noticed he hasn't talked about the CIA or going back since?
Yeah. When I told you that America is one of the most corrupt nations in the world, you fought against me and tried to kill me.
No, I didn't. You said it was the most corrupt. No,
I said one of the most. Oh, sorry. I said the most corrupt, and then I also continued and said that. I continued and said that if you were to argue with me about France and the UK and all this, I wouldn't argue with you. But I still think that 1, 2, or 3 is only matter. One of those countries in the world.
It's not.
How are you measuring corruption? I mean, it isn't corruption. That was the basis of his argument.
No, it wasn't.
But like I said before, if the nation that has orchestrated the most coups around the world continues to do that to today, access international spy assets in these countries to topple governments, and you're arguing.
What is going on? He got excited.
No. I've never.
You also didn't prove the United States.
It was 160 something.
NJ put in an article from Washington Post behind a paywall.
No, it was literally articles.
How did you even know?
Right now, that topic. Once again, right? You just said how I know, and the president just confirmed that they have literally CIA assets within. Was overthrown and killed in the street because of CIA interference. Like this is talking about.
Wait, you broke up. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that's not corruption.
So, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you said.
You broke up. Which country are you talking about?
What country are you talking about?
Patrice Lumumba? Or
Patrice Lumumba?
Based on my reading about history, I wouldn't ascribe that.
What do you mean? The U.S. was directly involved in that. Directly involved with the
What does that mean by to me?
I didn't hear you talking about Venezuela. I had a red bar. I was saying in general, America still is the #1 proponent of coups across the globe, and they do that.
I don't know if that's true.
I mean, you just look at recent Barack Obama doing Yemen and Libya. This is still happening in 2025.
I don't think. I mean, there's a coup in Africa every week. We just don't know the names.
Yes, because
was there a coup in Africa this week? Do you know?
I don't know.
There was.
Not that I know of. Okay,
There was. It was in Guinea-Bissau.
Okay, who orchestrated the coup?
It was internal.
Okay, so you don't think that there's any external influence in that? If I look up right now, I would bet my life.
I doubt it. I don't think so.
It
was a guy who didn't want to be arrested. It was a guy who didn't want to be arrested because he was going to lose an election. Wait, you're telling. Hold on a second. I want to be clear. Are you arguing? Are you suggesting that every coup
of the resource-rich countries that have coups in them are backed by the U.S. and Western powers?
What's odd about this argument is I've never heard anybody on coups towards tallying corruption. This is not how scholars talk about corruption.
And that's my point, because as I said before, the way we define it is completely different.
Corruption, you mean bad.
No, I'm corrupt. There's literally Western scholars who talk about how the corruption of Western powers, to their nations, and doing that. They send you those books, those articles, and things like that.
They don't call it corruption of Western powers.
I'm saying it.
They might call it neocolonialism. They might call it
colonialism is corruption. Colonialism is corruption.
Okay, so you've now defining. This is the difference between me and you. You see a word that means bad, and you use that word for everything. No, colonialism does not mean corruption.
Well, if I am colonizing a country and killing their leaders, not allowing them to participate in free and fair elections and free and fair trades in their country and organizing their own resources, that isn't corruption to you?
No.
Okay, and that was my point, right? That's
my God, Tony, this is not a definition of corruption that anybody in international relations uses.
If you don't think war crimes are corrupt, if you don't think war crimes are corruption,
it's not corruption.
War crimes are
in international relations, corruption is a technical term. If you just mean
so what is fair? So what is corruption on the internet?
Embezzlement, fraud, bribery, taking money to disrupt elections, like corruption.
And you don't think America does that consistently?
I'm sorry.
No, we have a corruption index.
You don't think America? No. I'm not talking about internally. I'm talking about internally. I'm talking about like the most corrupt nations. It's not just about internal corruption, about what happens in between the country. I'm not just going to factor in that. You are, because it helps you with Europe and America. It's not corrupt.
It's not my point. It's scholars. It's people who study corruption.
Once again, we're talking. You only are speaking on the fact of within the borders of America of a nation.
No, it can extend beyond. So Iran-Contra will be corruption. That was beyond the borders. But that's not killing Lumumba. I've never heard that as corruption. What were they corrupting?
They wanted the resources of Congo.
That's not corrupt.
That's not corrupt.
The deepest, darkest places of you, flaming light. That is where you will be coming as a light bearer. You are not afraid of the dark, but it is only when you walk through your own darkness within your mind. There in a torch that you can become one with the light. You can illuminate the whole world and never become alive.
wasn't. I'm saying like, I wasn't gonna. I don't know about you, but like my mom always told me like when children interrupt adults when they're speaking, you just like you tune them out. So at some point in time, right, they understand that in order to have an actual conversation with somebody, you wait till the fish is adjusting a point. So you can do it again. I'm not gonna listen to you, but go ahead. You probably insult me as well, so go ahead and do that. I'll wait for you to finish.
That wasn't the point. You and Goat interrupted each other constantly. In fact, you took the friendly interruption because Goat was a moderator. I didn't interrupt you to stop your flow of thought. I interrupted you to get you to expand on this idea issue, which is why I mentioned Burkina Faso and Ouagadougou. Because they had coups which were not sponsored by outside powers. So, how do you answer that? That's an important question in your
So once again, you interrupted me to like do this goofy thing where you lie on what I said. Never said solely. That's not what I do. So once again, I'm not going to address you because I couldn't even finish my points without you being an adult.
Let me tap out my.
And you came on mic to lie on me. So I'm not addressing you. Thank you.
He doesn't want to engage because he's obviously afraid of your question. It's going to undermine his entire
Well, the question's a lie. The question's a lie.
Let him run away.
Why would a lie?
A misspeaking isn't necessarily a lie.
Misspeaking.
But
So
if he misunderstood it,
I'm literally saying duly elected. You trying to kill him or saying
not
duly
you
elected?
guys.
I like you literally where the conversation will go. If I'm duly elected,
like criticize
what
that
are you
point.
saying?
You might want that hostile.
Okay, so let's move on to Toge. How would you characterize the sources of corruption in Nigeria? Are they externally driven?
Yeah. The beginning of Nigeria's corruption was externally driven. It literally came from business deal. Nigeria as a nation was formed because of a business deal. It wasn't formed because the people of the nation wanted to draw those lines. The people in majority of African countries didn't even draw their own lines. So, all right. They had no jurisdiction. You can't say so.
So how does that warrant spending tax dollars to buy Mercedes Benzes?
If the British, because who is profiting from the resources being extracted out of those countries? Nigeria as a country is still, to this day, the group of people that created the country Nigeria, who incorrectly counted the individuals, did not count the North, really didn't count the North at all. Short counted them on purpose to make the South and the rest of the coast of Nigeria, right, be more prominent when it comes to power. Now we're having a power struggle within the nation itself, and it's because the people that are not being, they say they're not being fairly
Stealing money from the public coffers. I'm trying to understand. What does any of that have to do with the 2025 stealing money from the public coffers to buy Mercedes and housing in Port Harcourt?
Port Harcourt is not there. Okay, that's a different place.
The final customers are off. Right?
No, I've said it's not what I'm talking about.
That's what I'm talking about. That's corruption.
I know, but my bad. That's what the North. My bad.
But Toye, so you're tracing present-day corruption in Nigeria to how the borders were drawn during Nigeria's, independence as a country, right?
Correct.
Is that what you're saying? But then, how do you reconcile that with the performance of other African nations who had, their borders drawn, in your opinion, arbitrarily? Because certain East African countries, really are trending upwards when it comes to increasing corruption here. But yeah, right?
Like
Botswana.
I mean, if I was a mistake, I'm saying that Rwanda's doing well as well, and that's what it's supposed to be.
Not really. I mean, that's a corrupt country.
I mean, it is, but this
sort of places like the oil or the gold, like a lot of the Arab countries get the gold, and then of course the borders were drawn, through colonialism, a lot of times by the French and British or Dutch, but it's still, so the corrupt part is that the leaders are getting quick money selling their stuff, their natural resources to outsiders, to foreigners, without the normal people getting much of the deal, right? So you got the dynamic between those two things, right? Don't like the final customer is maybe foreign nations, and they encourage the corruption, but in the end, it's kind of the final decisions, the leaders there deciding to siphon off the money, right?
I mean, I don't think it's. I get that, but I'm not here to act as if African leaders. I said before, I told them, yes, we have very corrupt leaders. Like this is not a point of these leaders are good and like they're doing good things and just make America. Absolutely not. But I guess if a nation continues to benefit from the fact that another nation is controlling its resources to this day. I mean, I don't know how else to put that. Like, I don't know how else to spin that cat.
I know.
America continues to do this.
I know, Tori. Hold on.
Yeah, but I think imperialism is a form of corruption, though. And that's my opinion. I think
Right.
there are foreigners that will agree with me on that opinion.
Yeah.
And there's some people that will say, obviously different.
I understand that. It's an interesting point in the conversation because some people would say it's colonialism, some people would say it's interdependence, and then just the nature of one. Like I'm in Canada, right next to the United States. Right, everything in Canada depends on the United States. We can't like everything. It's completely interdependent. It's tied in, right?
Let's Africa for a second. So
Yeah.
So Tori, like
how the different nations. There's power dynamics for sure. Yeah.
Okay. So Tori, like I understand where you're coming from when you cite colonialism as a way to explain the realities of present-day countries, right? But the performance of all these countries is not the same, right? Because, for instance, in Botswana, right, they were colonized, like they had a major mining company, which basically the creatures took the girls, right? And they had a major mine, right? Over time, one of the specific things that the Botswana technocrats have done is that they tried to purchase larger and larger stakes in their major mining company to the extent that like nowadays like it's probably 5 or 60% owned by the Botswana government, and that controls how diamonds are mined and exported and sold, right? And so like there are countries around Africa that, despite their colonial past, have made solid progress, right? So how exceptions to the rule? How do you square that with Nigeria's performance and why Nigeria is the way currently is?
I don't understand why people always give exceptions to the rule. But
no, I don't know if you actually hear me, but I think MJ's talking about too. But I think MJ is starting to kind of point the thing out is that cool? Like we're gonna focus on 1 or 2 countries, right? And that's completely fine. When like the majority of the westernized country, Western Africa, is literally still under colonial rule in some way, shape, or form. And majority of the resources literally are dependent on foreign entities, right? Like Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger. Like you will name a couple countries here and there, which I'm not debating that there's some countries who are run better, who are forcing out colonial rule. I think the question that was Martha asking earlier interrupted me. We're talking about how Burkina Faso is kicking out the French. They are literally trying to kick out the French and decide their own destiny. And it's going to bring up Burkina Faso still working with America and to the military. Cool, right? That's the point that we're talking about today, is that they're trying to let them create their own sovereignty. Let them go out and dictate who they want to work with, what capacity. They couldn't do that before because the French owned and controlled everything. Even though it was corruption. It was own money. I keep telling you that that colonialism is the driving force of corruption.
Absolutely.
It literally is.
No, it's not. So why do we pretend as though this neo-colonialism does not include a corruption within the political systems in these countries?
Nobody's talking about that.
No one.
There's corruption in Canada.
How do y'all do that?
There's corruption in the United States and Canada, right?
The undermining of these institutions creates an environment.
We're not talking about that.
Oh my God. He was fighting this MJ.
Hey, Joe, I have a clear question. Would you say that the United States or Washington is under?
Please.
Oh my God. So Toya, you said that imperialism is a form of corruption. That is a conversation. So what major schools or theories would agree that imperialism is a form of corruption? I don't know, Marxist, Leninist, dependency theory, Wallerstein, agrees with the assertion that imperialism is a form of corruption. Can you answer that question, please? Hello? Can somebody hear me?
I can hear you, man.
We heard you.
I can hear you, dear member.
Okay, I'll repeat it. What major schools or theories in political science agree that imperialism is a form of corruption?
Is this like theoretical? Are you saying so theoretically speaking?
Yeah, for a background, I guess we weren't here. We're not talking about interrelation of corruption and imperialism. Everybody agrees and understands that they are interrelated, sometimes interdependent, right? The discussion was about imperialism as a form of corruption, right? So yes, this is a political science claim, right? And Toya said that some people will agree with this, some people will disagree with this. This is why I'm asking the question, which major schools in political science, right, would agree that imperialism is a form of corruption, right? Something like, I don't know, classical liberals, Marxist, Leninists, Wallerstein dependency, old system theory, post-colonials. Any school of thought in political science that will defend this claim? Toya, please. Can you answer the question? Hello?
He's an HEB. That's a grocery store. I'm telling you.
Hey, real quick though.
He doesn't know any political science. When he says corrupt, he just means immoral. Concrete said this 30 minutes ago. He just means bad. But when you're talking about in the context of political science, political theory, political philosophy, it means something. I'm trying to imagine what a paper, like Toya writing a paper and sending it to a journal, and just coming up with your own definition of corruption that only you have.
Maybe he wants to use the word subversion.
Yes.
Maybe somewhat it'd be helpful to explain why you want to have a tight definition of corruption in academic circles, especially because you'd want to be able to define it and measure it. You know, and I'm not maybe Joe's more familiar with this literature than I am, but I believe essentially the kind of definition is kind of using your official power for personal gains and kind of violating either actual norms or laws to do so. Like that's something that's measurable. You can kind of do a comparison between countries and you can do actual work with that definition. Whereas if you define it as essentially everything that's bad, it's very hard to do work off of that.
Yeah. And also the key piece is that the polity has to have placed trust in the ruling entity. When Mansa Musa traipsed across the African continent, no one would argue his conquests were forms of corruption. When the Roman Empire took Jehovah, the problem with the Roman Empire, it was the corruption when they took us as corrupt. Because those small tribes did not place trust in Shaka Zulu. That's the point. That's why he's trying to get him to say, to define who defines imperialism as corruption. I've never heard that. Ever.
Hey, Mega, would you say I'm also being creative here because, I make perfumes and I'm a pretty creative thinker. In a way, would you say, very loosely, in a way, would you say that, the United States, Washington, or up here in Canada, Ottawa, our countries are kind of backhanded, colonized by our billionaires. Like the billionaires within our country have, you know what I mean? You can say, oh, Washington's colonized by, Elon Musk and billionaire money friends, right?
No, it's not. Donald Trump and Elon Musk are not. Donald Trump is not the first people to have rich political friends.
Oh, I'm not saying
Rich
this is
political
the first.
people in centers of power have existed since time immemorial.
Yes, that's what I'm getting to. But they are trusted by people, and I think this is the same thing that probably likely happens in African countries and Asian countries and countries all around the world, is that their leaders are also somewhat trusted, probably do many good things for their people, but they're also corrupt, right? Because all of the world's leaders, I think, to one extent or another, must have their be controlled slightly by billionaires in their
This is
country.
not like controversial. Hold on.
Billionaires control these people. Are we kidding?
Hold on, Marshall. This isn't controversial. When you look at like BlackRock, they are definitely colonizing us, Americans. And other entities.
I'm being loose with everything here, but it's just a way of looking at it, right?
One second. You're pretending that it's almost like we think, okay, government controls enterprise. That's the way it's top down, always been. That's the way it is today. No, enterprise controls government, and we know that's the case. And the more, the regulation. Listen, I don't know if you want to look at it through a purely academic lens, then yes, government regulates enterprise. But we're talking about in practical terms, when you have regulatory capture from these enterprises by having ex-Treasury members, ex-Fed members, ex-regulators work for the enterprises, namely BlackRock and all the other large asset managers, and them getting into infrastructure isn't a real thing that's occurring. I'm sorry, what did you say, neoliberal?
Whose money does invest?
Whose money does BlackRock invest?
Yes.
Yeah, that's like very
misleading,
non-topical to what we're discussing. So we're talking about them garnering. We're talking about them continuing to garner controls over the levers.
let's go over.
Wait, I don't understand. Wait, hold on. I mean, there's no simple answer to that. Obviously, there's a myriad of investors from other sovereign entities. Who are you gonna just keep bird dogging me? Are you not gonna let me answer? Can I answer it or no? There's high net worth individuals. There's sovereign funds. There's a multitude of. Oh no, it's not a hedge fund. So therefore, their limited partners aren't sovereign wealth funds. Their limited partners aren't. Oh no, I'm totally mistaken then. Please tell me how they. So now, okay, all right. So it seems like now we're moving down the chain.
Blackstone.
Oh, okay.
Blackstone.
Was that? Yeah. So now we're getting into like some tangential.
Let's get to the point.
I already made the point. Neil is cackling off Mike. Neoliberals asking about investment. Who's their financiers?
Concrete, isn't this the cause for these sort of like sovereign citizens that say, I'm claiming my independence from this country because we've been colonized by billionaires.
Idiots who don't happen to know the law of the country.
You can't like wake up people who are blind.
I want to vote to
I'm just rapping here. I'm just being clear.
Can we go to neoliberals' point? Like, where are you going with neoliberals? We know that there are investors that have their money. BlackRock is not.
Public endowments, 401ks, retirement funds. That's what BlackRock invests.
Not sovereign funds.
Hold on.
Not high net worth. Hold on, man. Hold on. I didn't interrupt him, bro. interrupt him. I didn't interrupt him.
It's
So not sovereign wealth funds, not high net worth individuals, only pension funds, only retirement funds. Is that it?
it's a fixed income institutional asset manager.
Oh, is that all they do? Does that like? Okay, great. So does that in any way, shape, or form undermine my point?
Yes,
Also, please tell me.
severely.
Yeah, go ahead. Tell me. How does it undermine my point?
Do evil retirees control the United States through oligarchic cartel-like colonization?
Wait, did you say do evil retirees? Go ahead.
Yeah.
Sorry, say it again.
Control the government through colonization, whatever you were saying before, colonialism?
So you didn't even know what's
Saying
going
he's
on?
ripping off.
Wait, hold on. He doesn't even know what's going on. Oh, shit.
He was ripping off what Matthew said.
Wow, that's crazy.
That's
So
how
neoliberal.
they got to where country was.
Hold on, Marshall. Thank you. Appreciate it. So neoliberal doesn't even understand what's going on, or is having a hard time. Like, what's going on? He's the one that interrupted me, bro. Like, I was just making my point. He kept asking me this fucking. Anyway, go ahead, neoliberal.
Congressman, were you like trolling Matthew or something?
No, I wasn't trolling Matthew. I think it's a serious problem that these asset managers have garnered so much control such that they've infiltrated every avenue of like economic existence, infrastructure, U.S. housing, and private and public companies.
This understand your point.
Yeah. So, how did the funds or the source of funds like undermine my point? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Okay, so
The person, the entities giving them ammunition.
These funds like have a very small, set of LPs, right?
I never said anything about the size of limited partners that are funding these asset managers.
Because the latitude that it's going to put, major asset managers control, right? What you're saying is that, these people have so much money and they manage so much, they have so much influence that they have untold power on the markets and government as a whole. Is that what you're saying, just to be clear?
Yeah.
And what neoliberals trying to get across to you is that you wouldn't say that because Vanguard manages VOO and VOO has like $100 billion in it, that Vanguard has a massive influence on the market and Vanguard has a massive influence on, companies in general. That's not something you would say, right? Because
Not using that causal chain, but I'm not appealing to simply that causal chain to express their influence or to demonstrate their influence over the world. Like, what are we talking about?
I think you have a much stronger argument if you went after private equity firms, right? And spoke specifically, private equity firms have cornered, mom and pop store,
No, they pale in comparison to assets under management, the influence of fucking
That's the issue.
Larry Fink.
You're using AUM as a proxy for, and it breaks down when you are talking about firms that provide ETFs or ETNs or whatever, because they're always going to have AUM.
But that shit, oh my gosh, bro. So what you're trying to say is that even though they are influential in terms of the valuation of the financial economy, they don't wield a lot of power.
I'm saying
These ETFs are huge. You ever heard of? Yeah, you ever heard of too big to fail? Like, what are you laughing at?
because
Do you understand how it works with ETFs? Do you understand that we're in a bubble right now? Like, do you know about? Okay, great. So, do you know about? There's automatic rebalancing due to increase of prices based on how your ETF structured
That's
for
correct.
the industries that is in.
Is that correct?
Did I say anything about corruption?
I have no
Did I say that this way? Did I say that this was the argument that I was using in order to talk about colonialism?
Sorry, concrete.
This is an argument for influence. What you're trying to tell me is that they aren't as influential and pernicious as they actually are because their tools are ETFs. Is that it?
We're trying to tell you that AUM doesn't have as much predictive power as you think it does.
We're not merely talking about AUM, assets under management. We're not talking merely about that. It's a cumulative argument. I hope you understand that.
And that the private equity company.
Okay, he's ignoring my point to continue with his point. That's fine.
Hold on. We kind of in the minutes a little bit. Like,
We're not in the position.
what is the grade?
Yeah, BlackRock. BlackRock is getting here. I'll tell you. So what Matthew was talking about is how these damn near.
Did you get cut off? But are they taking the money out of the United States? Are they building another state apparatus? Because colonization, I understand what you're trying to communicate. It's not really colonization.
Okay, well, that's the way I'm using it. Them gaining control. Because I take colonization to be the exporting of your influence throughout the greater, territories of the world, right?
But the colonization would have to be for the purpose of the benefit of another separate entity. And
that would be the benefit of them.
But they're not separate.
Oh, you think the retirees are ultimately going to be enriched due to all the work that Larry Fink has done with BlackRock? Is that what it is?
That's literally what the business is.
Oh, okay. Do you remember the 08 crisis? Did we forget about that? What are we laughing at? What do you keep laughing at, bro? I'm grasping at straws to think that you are a useful idiot. You are a useful idiot. One second. You are a useful. One second. You are a useful idiot in the machinations of these huge behemoths. All right, bro. I got you. I just want to land real quick.
You're right.
So
our minds are being colonized by people's thoughts and
I just want to land real quick. So it's very simple. And when you go and look and see who are the largest shareholders in any public American company, you are going to see BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard, right? You are going to see that they also own American Homes, right? You're going to also see that they are venturing into infrastructure, buying utility companies, buying ports, and so on and so forth, right? You're going to also see that they are the financiers for private equity and other hedge funds and other shadow banking.
They're probably sending people to Venezuela.
One second, brother. Private shadow banking, so on and so forth, right? Private credit. All the things that Jamie Dimon is talking about, where we have cockroaches in the economy, they are a part of those systems, right? And what we call that, or how we're using it in this conversation, is we're saying that that's a form of colonization, where these corporations, these billionaires, are utilizing their influence to gain more and more power over different entities, right? And your response thus far is who funds these assets?
Because concrete.
Do you understand ETFs? None of that is dealing with anything that I'm saying. I'm sorry.
Not the concrete. Go ahead.
Concrete, can you answer a direct question, please? What is the role of BlackRock doing OA? Because you brought up OA and BlackRock. And by the way, if you limited your submission to private equity, shadow banks, derivatives market, etc., right? I would agree. I'm talking only about BlackRock. I may use different wording, not the exact wording that you used, but I would agree with it.
So what are we arguing with? What are we arguing about? You just don't think Larry Fink is as understand where our disconnect is. and I don't think that'll ever be bridged, right? We won't bridge. I won't see your side of it.
Oh my God, you don't have to.
I'm sorry, I don't see your side of it.
Okay.
Do you want to convince me? Do you want to convince me that we shouldn't worry about BlackRock?
Okay, you're a great conversation.
Do you want to convince me, present an argument why we shouldn't? Oh, then I mean, what else are we gonna do now? You're not. If you don't want to present an argument why we shouldn't worry about BlackRock, then I don't know what else we're gonna say. Asking me more questions, I've already laid out my worldview.
Don't worry, I want to ask you any more questions.
Okay, well, make an argument whenever you can.
Concrete established you're right about BlackRock. And whoever doesn't know this doesn't understand financial markets. Larry Fink was the central to the creation of the mortgage-backed securities. What are we talking about in 08? And that was sold Visa, Goldman, and wrapped in trash paper by AIG. And then they later changed it after the crash, calling it Keystone Trumps derivatives. Concrete, I think you're
Thank you, brother.
people who do not
Hey,
understand how
hold on, Richard. Candidates, when did Larry Fink create MBS? Go ahead.
Wait, are we agreeing that he invented securitization of residential mortgages, and that was the catalyst for the 08 crisis?
No,
Are you just admitting that you agree?
When did Larry
Oh
Fink
my God.
I think we started a new thing here.
Hold on, Matthew.
Anti-colonial.
Matthew, one second. Candidates, when did Larry Fink create or market MBSs?
Larry Fink was not the creation of MBSs. He was a pioneer in developing that entire mortgage-backed security.
When? Okay,
that
when?
was central to the crisis. I don't know
When?
exactly here.
And why is that even relevant?
But
That is silly, bro.
But the whole process that Concrete is stating, without getting granular, is the whole fix and firm role. The financial system collapsed
Exactly.
of BlackRock's financial markets advisor.
Okay, what was the exposure of
for the
BlackRock?
help in accessing and liquidating the toxic assets of distressed institutions. Bear Stearns was in there, AIG was in there, Freddie Mac,
Lehman.
Citigroup, Lehman Brothers and Bear Stearns were the way to go to.
Wachovia, remember that one? Washington Mutual.
Like, what are we talking about?
This is crazy, bro.
I just, if I can, and I can't do the granular, I like that. But it's because I'm reading Martin Wolf's The Crisis of Democratic Capitalism, and it's in relationship to the financialization, which I think that's concrete, what I heard, which I agree with. And if I can get, I think it's a minute and 30 seconds, just this thought. Financialization, a hideous but seemingly inescapable term for the growing impact of finance, is a characteristic of the economic world of the last 4 decades, notably in the US and UK. Behind it lies the ideal of the economy as just a bundle of tradable contracts. The rapid liberalization of finance, reinforced by the development of information and communication technology, facilitated transformation of the economy. Financialization has meant enormous expansion in the scale of the financial sector activity, a corresponding expansion in the complexity of financial products, a parallel expansion in the earnings from financial sector activity, and a transformation and change in the role of finance in controlling corporate activity. All this has dubious benefits for economic performance. As we shall see, the immense growth of financial activity seems to be far more a vehicle for the rent extraction than for productive improvements. It also led directly to the finances of 2007 up to 12. I thought that just might add to the back and forth.
Exactly. When they say liberalization of financial instruments, all that means is that some dude came up with hey, if we make up this long ass story and pretended that we can convince people that we can somehow extract money from fucking thin air and wrap it up in a whole bunch of fancy, it's like lipstick on a fucking pig. That's all that. It just means what these bankers did is
But it also created the wealth inequality, the amount of wealth inequality.
The only people that really benefited. I know, no, it was a lot of money. It was a lot of money, but the only people that really benefited from these quote unquote liberalized financial what they call instruments was a small group of dudes, probably about less than 100 of them, and they were all in on the fucking joke. They knew what was going on.
Know that? Because black mission.
How he knows less than 100 people were the beneficiaries.
Let him answer.
Well, because even who is it? Marshall. Because even when the thing collapsed, even guys that were like at the tops of fucking, not at the very good AIG, that guy got away scot-free, but the people that were just below him didn't get away with it. If they were in on the game, I would assume that they would have got away with it too. So you just have to look at when everything came to shit, who got away with their money and who didn't get away with the money. It was a very small fucking group of people.
I was thinking AIG was not.
No, there's 100 people or less. That's the point.
Well, I don't know. I'm just saying, as far as I understand, it was a very small group of people. It was an inside joke. These financial instruments were a fucking...
Less people because you don't know.
No, I don't know.
Marshall, please, think big picture.
The main point is when he said this word, the liberalization of financial instruments, all that means is marketing and putting lipstick on a pig. It was just, they were trying to it was magic. They were just creating this magic, pulling money out of thin air.
Correct. I mean, there was four main culprits. Bear Stearns. BlackRock was committed to the commissioned by the New York Fed to assess and dispose of the investment bank's $30 billion distressed derivative contracts as part of its commercial sale to JP Morgan Chase. AIG, the firm, was authorized, in essence, to ensure that whatever.
Sorry, you just read something about BlackRock. So BlackRock contributed to the crisis or helped resolve it?
I said,
according to what you just read.
Mission. I just read it. I was actually there in the middle of all of it. Okay. BlackRock was commissioned by the New York Fed to assess the disturbance of the investment bank's $30 billion distressed contracts as part of its emergency sale to JP Morgan.
I think he's going to pull at every thread of your argument instead of letting him finish. Let him finish.
Have you been doing this all the concrete?
Yo, no, it just started. It's so weird. But is there
I'm like, AIG was the firm.
You're dealing with what? Hold on, you have a problem with the way the space is run, bro? 1 second, hold on. Concrete, you and Concrete have an issue with the space, do you know?
we're talking about our interlocutors.
Hold on a second, brother. What do you mean you've been dealing with one all day? Because when you first came on, Catalyst, you said that BlackRock was the problem. Now you're saying they came in as the remedy. That's actually a major point because they were talking about BlackRock. That was the subject. So have you been dealing with it all day? Since you at the center of it, you missed the big money grip. Why are you talking to we peasants for? Don't you have a cocktail, a post-Thanksgiving cocktail to go to at Larry Summers' house or Mr. Fink's house? Don't you have something over in Stanford to go to or Greenwich? Why are you dealing with us on a free app? I'm watching the basketball game having a hot chocolate. I'm a bum. I just love them on BTI. Have we been dealing with what all day, sir? What does that mean? Concrete, you've been dealing with this. You've been dealing with Concrete scraggly ass beard for the past 2 months. You didn't ask us about that.
Stall him out, Debo.
I clearly remember that the
Hold on. You said that BlackRock was the problem. Now you're saying they were brought in for the remedy. So which one is it?
It could be both.
Problem or part of the
It
remedy?
could be both.
Okay, so explain how they were the problem.
What was
Is
their
there exactly country?
What was their
I'll plead the fifth.
Okay.
This is an issue.
All right. They have this whole concept called the fix-it firm for the U.S. government in managing its aftermath. Fink was a pioneer in developing, which back then means he marketed and promoted NBS.
Yes, in the 1970s.
Which was when in 08 he pushed that this was a panacea, this was a fix-it-all, be it a Latin play, this was a fix-it-all. So they are stern.
Fix what all? What's the it? You're being very vague and unspecific, Mr. I was there. What is it? Fix what? You said fix it all. What is the antecedent of it?
Fix the fact that they needed to commission an entity. They were commissioned to assess and dispose of the investment bank's $30 billion distressed derivative contracts as a part of the commercial strategy of the United States. And I don't have any cocktail memories there to.
But you weren't there.
AIG,
You have a house in Africa, Big Bird?
Fannie Mae, and Freddie.
Apartment in Tribeca?
So these different groups were all involved.
We're not talking about different groups.
You guys just talking about BlackRock? Is that
Yeah.
Correct.
No. It was an example for the greater problem of billionaires infiltrating the government and other, sovereign nations and taking over.
How does an asset manager tie into billionaires infiltrating the government?
I don't know why we're doing this. Why are we doing this? Do billionaires tie into asset managers?
You're finally talking to the smart people.
No, listen,
Engage them.
if they are smart, then they need to engage as intellectual. This is a responsibility. Like, look, bro, I gave you an opportunity to persuade me that BlackRock shouldn't be a concern. Is it a concern? Right? You said, company, I agree with you with private equity. I agree with you with Chevy, but I don't agree with BlackRock. Okay, cool. Now make the argument.
Okay, the argument. So BlackRock didn't actually have MBS exposure.
No, we're talking about today, brother. Make the argument that they aren't a concern today.
Concrete, you brought up the 08, so I'm responding to the 08 problem.
Yeah, but I don't think that that's central to my point, and I think that it's much more relevant. It's much more relevant. Listen, supporting points and a central point are two different things. I have supporting points. I have supporting points for my central point, but I want you to deal with my central point, not my supporting points.
Can you draw me a map of your central and non-central?
All right, go ahead, Mel, because he's tapping out.
I'm not tapping out. You're tapping out by
Pause.
Okay. So again, back to the 08, then I'll deal with your whichever point. So BlackRock didn't have exposure to MBS risks. That's why they were explicitly brought in by the Obama as a fix-it firm, right?
Does that mean they didn't create a problem?
Yes, that means that they
Because they didn't have exposure?
yes.
Do you know how market cycles work?
What does
Yo, Mel, can you stop with that, bro? It's really annoying. That Goat said you're one of the smart ones, right? So you constantly laughing is not helpful.
Yeah, man, I'm sorry.
I appreciate it, bro. Thank you.
they correct?
Do you understand how market cycles work?
He is one of the smart ones.
How can you ask me to engage with you?
I asked you a very simple question. Them not having exposure late in the cycle, does that mean that they weren't the catalyst early in the cycle? Yes.
He doesn't really speak English, Neo, bro. He got something.
Here comes the he's mad still.
I tried. Concrete is over. I told you you had a 10-minute time for a good combo. It's over now.
Yeah, you're right.
Normal's here.
Normal's here, MJ. I appreciate it, Go. You did try.
I tried. But y'all told me now.
Do you explain to me how BlackRock was early in the cycle? Can you explain to me?
No, we're not going to continue to play this game where I'm subjected to a barrage. I'm subjected to a barrage of questions. I gave you an assignment. The assignment is very simple. If you think BlackRock isn't a pernicious, undermining force in our economy for the common American, then please make the argument. I've already laid out my argument. Why I think they are. Just make the argument that they are not.
Here's the argument. BlackRock provides a
traded funds that are going to have different themes associated with them. For instance, you can have a technology ETF, you can have an S&P ETF, you can have different ETFs with different themes, which are gonna say that they have different baskets of companies at different weights within their particular security, right? So because that exists, therefore we shouldn't worry about them being an undermining force in our economy and for our freedom and sovereignty and so on and so forth.
You didn't hear a word.
That is what we call a non sequitur, right? It doesn't follow that because they have a profitable, makes sense product, ETFs, that therefore they are not pernicious actors within our economy. That's the non sequitur.
He doesn't understand how economics work either. It's a big problem in talking.
So concrete.
Like,
I think what has taken place is disparate administration has mixed the market with the economy as being the same thing.
Facts.
Not the same thing, two different things. But a challenge is the puppet masters, the Geppettos of Trump are market makers, and they are using instruments of the U.S. economy to further their own end, of which they privatize all the wins and subsidize all the losses on the proletariat.
can you give us an example of such an instrument, please, that they control? Hello, is this thing on? Anybody?
This is
You?
Normal is, you know how Debo comes on the block, pause, and you're like, oh shit, he took my chain, let me get out of here. But instead of being a muscular black dude, Normal is a brain dead Jewish dude. And it's the emptiness of his cranium that intimidates everybody.
So come give us an example of such an instrument that is being controlled by such folks, please.
Please span the conversation.
Just one. No, well, you said they control the instrument. Could you?
You smell that, MJ?
Do they control interest rates, for example?
Talking about people that are leveraging their
Yes.
influence of where they
Yes.
come from.
Yes.
Move. And
Yes.
leverage to move markets in a position of which a very small few of their friends, associates, are able to.
So what are those instruments that they are manipulating?
Awesome. 2000.
Is he talking about central banking?
No.
I think he's playing. He's not smart enough to do it, but that's what he's hinting at. But that's all he's got. It's like Charles Lindbergh level.
ExxonMobil in Suriname and Chevron in Colombia is the exact same play of which when Trump
What is this play? What is this play?
It's the same thing that happened in 1964 in the Gulf of Tonkin.
What is this play?
Learn history.
No, just tell us what's
It's the
this play.
exact same thing that took place in the Gulf of Tonkin.
Just tell what is this play?
Oil and the munitions will easily access.
You can't just reference the Gulf of Tonkin and then not provide context.
If you look at
What instrument are they manipulating?
Catalyst, let me help you out. Catalyst.
it's like
What
grade school. This is grade school economics
Absolutely.
and
Who's
politics.
what
And
instrument?
I understand English.
Yeah, in English. What's the instrument they're manipulating?
Here's one example. Okay, Scott Bessent and Trump providing a swap line to the Argentinians of $20 billion to stabilize the economy.
Yes.
And then, but also, notwithstanding the fact that there were a bunch of Trump associated investors who had major bets on the Argentinian peso that benefited from that swap line. That's one example.
So the U.S. bails out countries whose economies are failing, correct? Is that what you're talking about? So should we take a look and see how many countries historically, so over the past 10, 20 years, the U.S. has bailed out and their economies failed? Should we take a look?
No, he's trying to move the argument.
No, you're saying we're bailing out
I
Argentina.
would be saying if you're talking about one country the United States bailed out that benefited a group of people, then you should talk about other areas of the United States bailed out countries where groups of people benefit.
Not true.
It's an ask for historical consistency.
I mean, $20 billion is not a lot of money.
What?
$20 billion is not a lot of money to bail out an economy.
No, I think what you mean is $20 billion is not a lot of money compared to what we spend.
Well, obviously, I don't have that kind of money. So let's see what economies the U.S. has bailed out. By the way, that money is to be repaid, right?
Sure, but just because the bailout money is going to be repaid doesn't necessarily mean that, that doesn't mean the bailout isn't a bailout, because there's always a timeline to that money.
Mel, have you made the argument that we don't have to worry about BlackRock?
Concrete. On that argument is you completely missed the point.
He failed. Yeah.
It wasn't just because they provide ETFs that make them good. It's about the debt for that liquidity book, which makes them, which lends to them be popular and increasingly popular as time goes on. Because people,
Therefore, they're not undermining us as Americans
That's right.
because they provide liquidity.
Yeah,
Is that the argument now?
Let me give the countries that the U.S. has bailed
Yo,
out.
yo, catalyst.
I don't even know these guys.
I'll give it to you now.
one,
I'll give it to you now. I'm going to give it to you in alphabetical order.
Norm is gotta be some sort of
Go ahead, Mel.
Fenibene.
Go ahead.
Howard
You go
loves it.
first.
That ass clown.
You go first, and I'll tell. Or you want me to go? Okay. Countries that the U.S. has bailed out for 20 years in alphabetical order: Afghanistan, Colombia, Ethiopia, Kenya, Pakistan, Jordan. They're not in alphabetical order anymore. Jordan, Egypt, Iraq, and Israel. Huh. So would it be fair to say that this is fairly common? In the case of Afghanistan, I see here it was $149 billion. Huh. How do you feel about that?
It's called stabilization.
Yeah, I agree with you.
So how are we supposed to feel about destroying it? How are we supposed to feel about looking for an enemy and maybe ruining infrastructure? How are we supposed to feel?
To Afghanistan, it was $145.9 billion.
Okay, so how are we supposed to feel?
I don't know. To Colombia,
You asked the question, how do you feel? How do you think we're supposed to feel?
I will tell you how to feel. Colombia was
Okay, then how do you feel about stabilizing?
I like learning stuff. Colombia,
Tell
we
me
gave them
how you feel about Afghanistan.
I think that we sort of ultimately failed. In Colombia, 91.2 billion. Ukraine, 17 billion. So, I mean, this is usual U.S. practice. By the way, we caused a financial crisis
And
in the world.
what do we get from it?
Soft power.
I want to know what do we get?
I just said soft power.
Okay. And how does that affect citizens within the United States?
Well, the projection of American power, say economically, socially, and politically, saves us from having to project our power militarily. So we'd rather do this than wars are much more expensive, and obviously a lot of blood is lost. People's lives are lost. So that's just the price we pay. By the way, is this Patty? By the way, again, yeah, Patty, you were right before. By the way, that our presence in Europe with NATO is another example of projecting American power. It also protects the global commons. You were saying trade, like you want your Louboutin shirts or whatever. It's absolutely true.
And that's like, honestly, that's like number one. I'm just being honest. Like, people think that we just go to these countries and we go to war with Syria and we go to war with Hezbollah and all this other shit. But a lot of things, a lot of military presence has to do with global trade. Y'all just don't see it.
It's the global commons. It's the world financial system, the world financial system, the internet, all of the things that we like about our lives in the free world, all of the values that
Love
we're
McDonald's, motherfuckers love Coca-Cola, y'all love movies, y'all love watching fucking Beyonce, Drake,
computers, Apple
sound like somebody with a soul when he makes
Y'all-
these arguments?
I can tell you over 50% of y'all in this room probably have an Apple fucking phone.
Not too much. Not too much on Steve Jobs. Peace be upon him.
Or a Macintosh computer.
Big facts. And I got 2 Macs.
And just for the record,
Goddamn.
a lot of these bailouts got repaid, like Mexico repaid us, South Korea, Israel, Jordanian, loan guarantees. I believe they were repaid. They were repaid.
And we use the global rules when you use soft power.
Yeah, I mean, so my point is a lot of these do just stabilize the global economy, and they're not really a loss to the American taxpayer.
No, this is the point that Caleb is making. Caleb is making the point that there are, players that have an influence on how the U.S. allocated capital. And I give an example of people being aligned with the Trump administration who benefited from the stabilization of the Argentinian economy. That was it. Like, we weren't making, an argument as to whether or not the U.S. should or should not bail out countries. That wasn't the concept at that point.
So is Argentina different from all those many countries I listed?
Well, if what Mel said is correct, and I think there's reason to think it might be, if there was personal gain there or a corrupt motive, then that would be different.
Well, in the Trump administration, I would assume that there's personal gain going on in many of the transactions that he made.
So that's fundamentally different, right? Like
No,
the Mexican.
what's the difference? We didn't look at the other places.
Well, I mean, happy to look at them, but there's no evidence that the first Bush administration, for example, gained off of the Mexican bailout, and you'd have to take a case by case, but most.
Because we've never asked a question before. We just asked a question about the last thing that we did.
Is there any evidence that they did, or
Is there
just making
who's benefiting from Argentina, by the way? Do y'all spell that?
It's just
Who's benefiting from Argentina?
What's going on with China and Argentina?
Looking for a name.
What's going on with China and Argentina?
What about China and Argentina?
I'm just asking.
What about it?
Like, what China's stamp in Latin America? What's going on there?
That's just the both in the world.
That's the same exact household Lockheed, Boeing, now Silicon Monsanto, same thing.
What?
Okay. It's the same thing is taking place. That's things teed up to take place right now in Venezuela. Exact same thing.
Venezuela, huh? And your basis for saying that is what?
Fact, logic, argument,
So you have no evidence whatsoever. You just sort of said.
you asked the question.
I mean,
Is Argentina really the lithium triangle or some shit?
Like, you never know this.
Well, I'm just asking you what your evidence is.
I asked.
You said the normal smokes lithium.
Is it fair to say you have zero evidence? Like you just made it up?
I don't make things up.
Okay, so what's your evidence?
I said it. You overtalked me by.
You said logic was your evidence.
Why do you care so much about the Argentina thing? I don't understand. Why it's such a big deal to you?
Are you asking Catalyst?
No, I'm asking you, Ron.
Why do you big deal to me?
Okay.
I have no. So it is. I understand that the U.S. has the world's largest economy, and the dollar is the world's default currency, and we often are a backstop to the world's economies. That's something that we do. And by the way, in some cases, we cause the problems that another economy has. For example, in the financial crisis of 2008, we caused a number of other economies to crash in a kind of a domino effect. And the Fed backstopped them, and we bailed ourselves out, and we bailed those countries out. It's something that we do. I think we bailed about Iceland? I don't know if that was it. I have to go take a look how that happened there. You know, they crashed their economy. Because of their relationship with us, their economy. So I don't know if this comes as a surprise to anybody. Because of our size and the strength of our economy, we bail out other economies. I would say that's a good thing because it's better when the economies in the world work. It's better when they don't crash.
What do you think creates that boom and bust?
And trade.
Trade?
What creates the
Banks.
boom and bust?
There you go. The banks. Thank you, Patty.
You think well, in the case of the financial crisis in 2000, it was over-leveraged mortgages, to put it quite simply. I subscribe to the mortgage-backed security. I subscribe to the viewpoint that the credit cycle is inherent to market dynamics and will always have credit cycles. You cannot prevent having credit cycles.
Right, but what happens when?
Yeah, that's a poor thought.
What happens when our big partners go down?
Which is an example.
So, concrete, did you just say that credit cycle is a poor thought?
That it's a requirement? Yes.
No, that
we will always have it? Yes. Now look, do this for me. Put the definition of your credit cycle on the table. Tell us what's the mechanisms by which they are created and by which they, cease. And then let's discuss whether or not this is a necessary component of our economy. Go ahead, please, invade. Tell us what a credit cycle is.
Who holds our mortgage security?
Yeah, credit cycle is something like an extension to the availability of cost of credit.
All right. And what creates that?
Easy credit, strong risk appetite, risk leverage, generally improving fundamentals.
No. What is the entity in charge of the expansion and contraction of our liquidity? No entity. There's no entity. There's no entity.
Central banks attempt to manage.
Oh, okay. Thank you. How do they do that? How do they do that? How do they do that? How do they do that, Mel? How do they do that? How do they do that?
Concrete.
How do they do that, Mel? How do they do that, Mel? I'm sorry. What'd you say, Patty?
We bail ourselves out indirectly.
No. He's talking about the central bank, which is the correct answer. Neoliberal said that there was no entity. Mel said that it's the central bank. And then the question is, how does the same? 1 second, neoliberal. The question is, how does the same quantitative easing and what else? Quantitative tightening, right? Increase and decrease of the money supply, correct? In circulation, correct?
Concrete. Hold on, Catalyst. Concrete.
I'm sorry, Catalyst, you're kind of low, bro.
It's a market, concrete. The central bank isn't the sole player in that market, but they don't have they have tools that can affect the slope and shape of these curves, right? But these features are fundamental to a market. And to say the central bank is solely responsible for a credit cycle happening or ending is a bit reductionist,
Well, I don't think it is reductionist. I take it that they are responsible for our base money supply. Do you agree or disagree? Hello? So the way it works, Congress says, Congress says, you're wrong. Anyway, so the Federal Reserve, you're wrong.
Sorry, but I don't understand how.
Okay, you're wrong. Tell us what base money is.
I don't think you understand.
Tell us what base money is.
I don't think based on this conversation.
What is base money?
You don't.
What is base money?
You don't understand.
What is base money? Tell us base money.
You know what I think you should.
Tell us base money.
I think you should mute up and listen for a while.
All right, Norma doesn't.
I think you have. I think
All right, he's got the loudest voice. So what are we gonna do?
Yeah.
Norma's not participating in the conversation.
I
He's
guess.
obstructing me from talking to Mel and neoliberal. What are we gonna do, Patty?
I think you should mute up.
All right.
I think you heard enough from him.
All
right. Okay.
So Mel, who is responsible for the money, base money creation?
Again,
Hold on, neoliberal. Asking Mel, bro. I think Mel's much more good faith than you are. Yes, I'm gonna moderate it to the extent that I can. So Mel, who creates the base money supply? Who creates the base? No, neoliberal. Talking to Mel, brother. Talking to Mel, brother. Talking to Mel.
If he got the answer, he got the answer.
Y'all calling these weirdos people.
No, but you're trying to look at what's in circulation, and you're talking about central bank. We're not stupid.
Listen, hold on, TC. El Normal just argued that I was wrong. Doesn't even know what's going on. Neoliberals said that the central banks aren't responsible for our credit cycles. Mel said the central bank isn't solely responsible. And now I'm trying to get back to him because neoliberals, like, obviously not, being honest.
You never took an economics class. You don't understand economics 101. You literally have no idea what you're talking about.
These three took up 95% of the conversation today. 95%. I've been here since
I've been gone for a good hour, so.
Man, you've been off an hour. They still were talking about that.
So Mel, who creates the base money supply? Base money. Federal Reserve. Thank you. Who are the money multipliers?
Okay, where is this going?
What do you mean, where is it going? If they're responsible for creating base money, then they're the ones responsible for the increase, decrease of liquidity. Agree or disagree? Agree or disagree? Are they responsible for the increase and decrease of liquidity? And here's how they can do it. So,
He doesn't know what a market is.
Go ahead.
You literally don't know what a market is or how it functions.
Go ahead.
That is shocking. Were you saying something? I can't hear you.
yeah, I'm saying, was there credit cycles before Federal Reserve cut?
That's a great question. That's a great question. And we take it that the Federal Reserve isn't the first central bank. We understand that the Bank of England existed before the Federal Reserve. One second, brother. You try to ask a little tricky question there. You dishonest fuck. So we understand the Federal Reserve isn't. ETFs. Oh, look. See, Patty, why didn't want to engage with him? Because he's a dishonest fuck, right? So the issue is that even without the Federal Reserve being the entity,
distract from the fact he doesn't know what he's talking about. Call somebody a monkey again.
he's hurt. Look, Normal, I'll apologize if you stop being a cunt.
All right. Concrete, can you focus on just answer the other question?
No. See how he's trying to isolate it to just the United States and whether or not credit cycles existed before the Federal Reserve? And the answer is obviously there were central banks that existed before the Federal Reserve, such that there could also be credit cycles that existed, right? Whether or not the United States had a central bank doesn't mean that there wasn't an entity. Doesn't mean there wasn't an entity that was in control of the issuance of the currency, such that when they decided to, they could have the issuance to such a number that to such a great amount that we end up having bubbles, asset bubbles.
Okay.
Asset bubbles. And we know we've had numerous asset bubbles because there was the tulip craze in the 1600s. Then there was the Mississippi. One second, brother.
No, I don't think so, Concrete.
This dude is just like who's that other guy?
You're making a
who's that guy? Cappuccino? Y'all remember Cappuccino? Why is El Normo doing Cappuccino right now? Why is El Normo doing Cappuccino? Y'all let them do it. Okay, y'all. Hold on. No, I'm making my point, man. You're trying to cut me off at the middle of my point.
The point is,
So we know we've had asset bubbles before the Federal Reserve, and we know that we've had entities that were charging issuance of the money supply such that they could increase and decrease it, creating the boom and the bust cycles. Right? We take it that it is not a necessary part of our economy because there's obviously could be levers that put into place that are much more prudent in their regulation of the economy, taking into account pricing and its fluctuation over time, right? We understand. It is. I think it was David Ricardo who mentioned. I think it was David Ricardo. Okay. All right. So, Patty, what's going on? What is going on, Patty?
Well, what's such a leverage?
You told me to engage with neoliberal, trying to engage with neoliberal, and this angry white dude keeps accosting me. I don't have any change for you, sir. I don't. Look, I don't have. But they're so fluffy.
Are you still
Okay, go ahead,
performing?
What about? You're gonna ignore El Normo?
No, I want to hear from
He's
you.
just gonna talk and nobody says anything.
We want to hear from you.
Go on mute. Come on, y'all. Go ahead.
Hey, okay. Normo, I appreciate you want to hear from me, but like,
Maybe for the first time in my life.
okay, thank you. But if I'm trying to talk to him, like, you can't go through it. Like, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Just let's hear what you have to say now.
Okay.
El Normo's on coke, yo. I ain't gonna lie. Don't get tough with me now, Patty.
Jesus Christ. Before existence of Federal Reserve, are we talking about gold era? In the case of gold era, what type of monetary policy are you talking about from the federal government, and how did it influence the credit cycle?
Yeah, I'm not gonna continue to have this conversation with you like putting me on my heels. I made my argument. Patty, what are you doing? He just asked me a fucking question.
Dude, you don't know the answer, just call
He
me.
just asked me a fucking question. So I'm not going to have
You
him.
can answer it, but now it's
Oh
time for you to
my god. I got too many idiots, bro. This is a clown show. This is a clown show.
Yeah, I'm going to teach you a little English. I don't know. Say that.
Yes, like the background for this is credit cycles in modern economies.
Yo, can I respond? Because this is silly.
Concrete, stop interrupting, dude. He's trying to talk.
I can't talk? Patty?
We're here.
Get his ass, dude.
Lady, please drop concrete.
Why are you dropping me? I'm trying to have
Stay on mute.
How am I going to respond to his question if I'm talking?
Dude, did you hear what she said? Shut the fuck up, bro.
And you got this weirdo over here, like ankle biting. Like, what's going on? Can we have the conversation or no?
No, not until he asked the question. When he said, yeah, it's okay for concrete to speak. That's what I'm
Alright, so you have to give me instructions now.
Concrete. I don't know. Previously, we were able to have very fun and interesting conversation. I don't know what's happening today. Maybe it's the stage, whatever. But yeah, back to my question. So before the existence of Federal Reserve, in a gold-based economy, like coinage economy, coinage era, related to coinage act legislations, right? How was monetary the primary driver, as you claim, of the credit cycle in the United States? Hello?
Yeah, I don't understand your question. Like, what does that have to do with my argument? Do you know what my argument is?
How did monetary policy affect
Hold on, TC. Do you understand my argument?
I can restate it.
Yeah. So go ahead.
You're going to have to mute him because I'm driving neoliberal and he's not.
Yo, what is going on, bro?
Okay. Concrete. So that the primary responsibility for the boom and bust or the credit cycle, you use the both interchangeably, is the Federal Reserve in the United States. My retort to it was that credit cycles existed before Federal Reserve in the coinage era, gold era in the United States, and even in pre-modern economies. Right? My assertion is that this is more of a social-economic phenomenon of societies rather than a sole responsibility, as Mayo said, of an institution like the Federal Reserve.
Okay. So how do we know if you're right or wrong?
We can look at history. That's why I'm going back to the
Okay.
history.
So do you want to give us some examples of booms and busts that weren't predicated on extreme amounts of liquidity?
Well, yes, again.
All right, go ahead.
Of course, because extreme amounts of liquidity, right, are a modern money creation phenomenon. It's only recently that the countries pivoted to fiat currencies, right, and they were constrained by gold, right. So with gold, you can argue the debasement of gold precipitated economic crisis, etc. And certainly you would right in some of the cases, but the problem is for the majority of the cases from the history, you see these credit cycles, sometimes boom and bust cycles, right, sometimes crashes, even without debasement. But I'm not making the argument, so I'm not going to talk to myself, right? If you have a contrary case, please make the case.
I'm still trying to grasp your argument. You're saying that there was a credit cycle that existed before the Federal Reserve. I said yes. There's obviously other central banks, other entities that issued the currency. Is that under contention right now?
Pre-central bank is the point.
Okay, what environment would that be before the Bank of England? And tell us that there were no issuance of the currency by an entity such that it could create an increase in liquidity, which would then create an asset bubble,
My point
which
is,
would then be, which then.
There's a basic misunderstanding. Yeah, there's a basic misunderstanding going on right now.
Got too many cooks in the kitchen.
I agree with you, man.
We got too many cooks in the kitchen.
So talking real quick, right?
And how long have you been in the room, man?
It's been true the whole day.
I've been in here long.
Okay.
I
just want to understand neoliberal.
Just give me 1 second.
I just want to understand neoliberal's argument, man.
Yeah. No, I understand. So here's what's up.
All right. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna ignore your point. I'm gonna just wait till neoliberals argue. TC, I don't need a dishonest weirdo trying to tell me what's going on. Right? I don't need a blatant liar trying to tell me what's going on, TC.
All right. So
Neil, do you want to go or no?
This is insufferable, bro.
So
You're a crybaby ankle biter.
cool. Yeah, it's all good, Neil. So here's what's up, right? We're talking about fiat currency versus the gold standard. That's the whole conversation that we're just trying to have right now. And I'm shocked that you don't see that's neoliberal's point. This is basic stuff.
Everybody else sees it but him.
Exactly. This is very, very basic stuff.
Thank you very much for nothing. All right, neoliberal, go ahead.
yes. So, again, like you had in gold type of system, you obviously had currency issuance, right? But every currency issuance should be backed by a certain amount of gold. So it was money issuance was constrained. The argument went that it's a good system, right? Because it could constrain the government issuance of money. You can argue that even with the gold system, the austerity is not enough. That's why we have credit bubbles still in that system, right? And then you can. So in that case, I would ask you if gold doesn't work as a constraint, right? Maybe credit cycles are just a feature of that circulates over time rather than tied to specific institution or variation in money supply or liquidity.
Exactly.
Yeah, there's optimism. There's optimism. Wait, who is this? Anthony, oh brother, stay out of this. And does optimism live in a vacuum, or does it live in a world with governmental constraint?
Where's your security systems one, and then where did you subcontract your security systems to a party entity that said that you can operate your life according to society?
What's happening?
I told you guys 30 minutes ago. I told y'all concrete do not. I told you you had about 10 minutes left. I told you.
Sorry.
I told you guys.
We spent the last half an hour trying to get concrete to
Hold on. No, neoliberals got a task. Sorry. Neoliberals got a task. He has to show us that booms and busts are a necessary function of human fucking exuberance, right? That's the thesis that he's laying out. And we all understand that human exuberance doesn't exist independent of the fucking economy. It exists in conjunction with governmental regulations. So what we understand is that if you had fucking a government that paid attention to prices and paid attention to the money supply, it said there seems to be a strong flow of money in the economy, and there seems to be an asset bubble occurring in a particular sector of the economy. Irrespective of this enthusiasm, they could take steps to quell that enthusiasm, i.e. increase interest rates, increase loan-to-value ratio, increase all sorts of different functions within their purview to quell that enthusiasm and quash that fucking asset bubble, right? So the whole point is fucking neoliberal wants to say it's enthusiasm, bro. Well, guess what? We know that enthusiasm is not the only force that exists in our economy. And we understand that enthusiasm plus extra money.
Can you stop yelling, please?
Sorry. Y'all gotta get the other guy.
I think he's doing.
You can't hear this other guy?
Is this performance art? Is this like this?
Man, and y'all can never ever talk about chillism again, bro.
Is this like
Y'all niggas are twins.
Hey, Concrete, you're good, bro. Like, you're not gonna get tone police by a man. Go ahead, bro.
Look, bro, all I'm trying to do is finish my point. I appreciate it, Craig. It's really simple. Neoliberal's thesis is booms and busts are necessary components of the economy because of enthusiasm. It's very simple to see that enthusiasm is not the only thing that. All right.
Can you just let him finish his point? And then
He's trying to say what neoliberal's point was, and he said it wrong.
Yo, you know what it is, Craig? Elmo got whooped earlier today. He's trying to like get that. He's a brain dead, mediocre white dude. He is a white monkey, a white pet monkey who only gets played in this environment because he's an oddity. He is an exotic animal that the blacks have decided is gonna be their trophy piece, right? He is a trophy piece for the Negroes because they've never had a white pet before. Okay.
Why don't you let neoliberals be his premise, and then you could refute it? How about one mic come back?
Of course you do. Now why else do you let him sit here and noise troll in the middle of a decent
He'll
conversation?
drop down before you do. So what is going
Why
on?
is he still here then? Make it make sense.
Can we just focus on that?
Because I like neoliberal. That's my goddamn trophy piece. How about that?
What?
That was great.
Neoliberal is my number one. You want to talk about white? That's the white.
We're talking about the norm.
Well, why don't we
I like neoliberal. So what's going
is very well.
Well, that might be why I don't like
the
him.
means of production. I'm not telling you he's not white. You're saying
I thought he was white all along, but I guess I just love me a liberal because we got this little Asian piece that we can share.
Y'all beautiful. Y'all undercover Asians. Y'all be
Okay, relax.
But he is my heart.
Control of the means of production. That's my question. Who has the control of the means of production for the positive outcomes for human society? And I'm not going to denigrate myself to say that it's black, white, Hispanic, Christian, Muslim, Jew. Those are all labels, titles, categories of control.
Are we saying
Who has the means of production?
in the United
Who
States?
owns the skill sets? Who owns the skill sets for the means of
Yeah,
production?
you're talking about in America?
So what are we talking about?
Hold on.
Exactly.
Are we talking? Hold on. Are we talking about who controls the means of production in the United States of America? Is that the question? No, we're talking about.
I'd like to know because I like
The credit
because
side.
usually the people that are actually producing the outcomes are the ones in control of those outcomes, not the people that pay for the control system or say that they're in control of the entity. It's always the workers, right?
I think we're discussing what control was.
It's simply not working perfectly. Jane, it's such a good conversation. I'm really enjoying it. And the nigrosity for normal is.
It's not.
There's nothing wrong with that.
What's the answer to everlasting human want?
Don't listen to me.
The question is what
If
causes
I can get you to shoot normal.
Yeah, but you're black.
I can't shoot you. I told you that.
I just want to know what black men do. They don't want to hear it.
They're
Come
coming.
on, but Mel's trying to engage in good faith. Neoliberal, not so much. I'm a little disappointed.
Yeah, he's been trolling the last couple days. I have noticed that, to be fair.
Are these not control systems? Can we recognize that?
I don't have any beef with him, Patty. But the nigga is
It's also my food too. These people feed me.
No, not male. Male, no.
You know,
We heard male talking to that white lady at the laundromat today. We heard his voice.
no!
It's true, man.
They are talking crazy.
Most humans
Still my food.
agree that
You,
rather be
Bagger, Neo, and Mel are my favorite.
No, JD is your boo. Stop on.
No, that's my food. Y'all are my food.
Yeah, entertainment feeds these systems.
I like what neoliberal said in terms of enthusiasm because it made me think about all the levers at the government's disposal, either directly or indirectly, because we understand that the Fed has influence over the banks, right? And they can get the banks to say, change your lending standards such that you increase the amount of down payment,
Do they
increase the type of loans.
interest rate?
One second, brother.
Right, the Federal Reserve. They control
Yeah.
interest rate and
It's,
money supply.
the interest rate is very complicated, but let's stick to quelling asset bubbles, right? And we understand that mere enthusiasm, because we know that when you have a house in California that's 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,100 square feet, it should not be $1 million. It doesn't have to be dollars. You know what
It's
benefits?
valued at
You know benefits the most from that? The financial economy. Financial economy is the one that's originating that loan. They're the ones that's repackaging that loan. They're the ones that's selling those loans.
And you're
They're
selling
selling those loans.
creates all the money that actually
They're selling those loans. And the wonderful part about those loans, when they're securitized, is that anybody in the world.
Can I move him down? Like, he keeps interrupting.
Why did I get muted?
Let Mel land his point because you cut him off. Let Mel
What?
land.
What? Oh my God.
So the conversation originally was around credit cycles. And I think this, I propose 1700s or so, right? Concrete, to be honest, didn't really answer the question that well. That's a separate thing. I'm not quite sure why you're diving into this conversation about housing supply and all that kind of fancy jazz, because of a lot of examples you could choose, like housing, it definitely does have a component to it, but in different markets, it's also equally important, like the policy that particular jurisdictions and regions set, which influences how housing is built, and in turn influences the pricing of that housing. And it's like there's like a macro level to it, and also like a micro like municipality and state level to it. So it's not really a good example, but I understand where you're going. I think your point about MBSs, like I don't think of them as big bad tool that's used to keep people down. Like the whole picturization is to increase liquidity, which in turn will issue was to issue more loans and was allow more people to take on mortgages. Like net the good thing in my mind. And so like I'm a little bit iffy on why you always try to focus on them as a bad thing.
Yeah, I agree.
So Mel, can I respond? You want to glad hand them or can I respond?
No, I actually want to just underline my agreement with you on
You want to reinforce this point before I make my point?
Can we just get a reset in general?
Yeah.
Can I respond?
Sure, go ahead. I was going to agree with you.
Okay, I appreciate it. I'd like to respond if I may. So I'm trying to reset. So the topic I'm making is we talked about BlackRock and whether or not colonizing the world, right? And then we talked about how they're doing so, and then we talked about booms, right? And I take it that the booms and busts are not a necessary component of a modern economy. Take it to be a much more nefarious reason. And we talked about enthusiasm, and we talked about how enthusiasm can lead to bidding up of prices. If you really want something, you're willing to pay more for it. But guess what? If you don't have more to pay for it, right? You can't bid more on it. So it's very simple that the more money that's in circulation, the more money people are willing to pay for assets. And then there's this other thing, it's called the cannon effect, where when there is a release of money, more money in the economy, it benefits those closest to the point more so, and asset owners more so than anyone else, right? Point of origin would be the Fed, Treasury, primary dealers, and the banks, non-deposit financial institutions. Those are the groups that benefit the most, right? So you got the Treasury issuing bonds, you have the Fed buying bonds from the primary dealers who are, or JP Morgan, Bank of America, so on and so forth, other financial institutions. And those are the ones who are going to benefit when there's more liquidity.
One second, concrete. So in your world, you want money supply to be fixed. Is that what you want?
So now when you take my point and you just boil it down to something I'm talking about. Boil it down to something I'm talking about. Earlier, I was accused of being very reductionist.
Yes or no?
I was accused of being reductionist.
I want everybody to
and I give you an eloquent, well thought out point with numerous points. All you do is take my point and bastardize it with this.
Like, yes or no question. You can answer yes or no if you do. I don't think you understand the question.
He doesn't have a view, guys. He's just saying shit.
I don't think he's really serious.
He's trying his best. He's trying the best he can to keep up.
Okay, can I do this?
I got all the idiots over talking me, moving me down. Like, what's going on, bro?
Go ahead.
criticism from the left of the quantitative easing policies. We can see it in the results that it did increase income inequality, right? So I completely agree with you. Like it's a different discussion. I'm not saying it shouldn't have been done because maybe it could have structured better, but generally the counter-cyclical policy is correct. On the point of credit cycles, maybe this is kind of a fleshed out this argument as we go on. I disagree with you on the point that credit cycles are kind of modern economy phenomenon, right? My point is they're not. Earliest credit cycles go back to, I don't know, 3rd century BC when people discovered, I think, clay tablets with agricultural and personal loans. Banks did not exist at the time, right? And periodic over-indebtedness and similar credit. And there is a lot of history down on this, right? You can, I think there is a Greek records, there are Roman imperial credit cycles, all of that type of stuff, without existence of necessary banks or any of the similar institutions we call today. And we see it across societies, right? So this is a feature of trade, not even markets to begin with, right? Because one of the most common credit cycles existed in trade before it existed in what we would call today market systems, right? And the government, in the modern economy, the government's role is to run counter-cyclical policy. So when the economy goes into a downturn, right, the government helps to stabilize it. When the economy goes to a halt, right, they raise interest rates. The standard stuff that Fed does. But I agree on the rest of the stuff. My only nitpicking was on existence of credit cycles outside of the Federal Reserve.
You couldn't recapitulate a point made, TC, if your fucking life depended on it.
That sounds like a personal attack.
Anyway, neoliberal.
Come on, listen to the battle. Let's see what's that TC versus concrete.
Hold on, brother. Neoliberal. The entire point was it's not a necessary component of economies. You reduced it down to the Federal Reserve. You understand that the Federal Reserve isn't the only issuer of currencies or cash-like instruments that could infiltrate the economy and cause a bubble, right? So
yeah, of course, I didn't.
Anyway,
my understanding was that you reduced it to Federal Reserve, but again,
listen. What did I say? Is it a requirement for booms and busts to exist in our economy? No. What is the greatest catalyst for their existence in our economy? The Federal Reserve. Then you said if we had no Federal Reserve, we would still have boom and bust cycles. And I totally agree with you because I appeal to the Bank of England, that the central bank that existed before. I appeal to the Dutch tulip crisis. I can appeal to the Mississippi land bubble. I can appeal to any other bubble that exists due to some sort of increase in liquidity, cash-like instruments, something of the sort that allows prices to go astronomical, right? Whether or not you back my gold, right? I think if we go back to Germany,
don't have to be. Do you realize you're mixing like 10 different things that are
concrete?
not like
Well, listen. Are you familiar? Hold on, Mel. Are you familiar with the quantity theory of money?
We get it. We get it. Concrete. We get it.
Are you familiar?
You're
off. Weirdo, bro.
You're not addressing the point. The point is, if you hold liquidity constant, you can still have cycles. That's the point. And that's the point that neoliberals making. There's disparate sediments in the market that can drive asset prices, can drive fluctuations, can drive expectations. So you keep latching onto liquidity, and that counters the point that neoliberals trying to make. It's very simple.
Okay, so please tell me.
Liquidity constant. I'm just making the point simple. Hold liquidity constant. You can still have cycles.
So
We're done. Let's move on.
wait, hold on, brother. So now it seems like you want to make a declaration. You don't want to be challenged. And you say, let's move on. It's very simple. I would love to see an economic model where liquidity is held constant over any period of time. Let's give it 5, 10. What's the typical cycle these days? It's supposed to be 10 to 15 years of the business cycle existing. I want to see this boom and bust over a 10 to 15-year period. And I want to see liquidity never changing, right? No increase or decrease in the money supply. And I want to see how it occurs. Just run that model for me, please. I'd love to fucking see it. Otherwise, I just take it to be a declaration without any evidentiary basis, and I'd love to fucking see an evidentiary basis.
Of course, like you can build this model on that.
You can. So please do it, and then let's talk about it.
It has a name. It's called Kitover with fixed money. That's me. I think
Can you put a link in the chat? We have to look.
I'm like half. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem.
I'll put the name in the. It's easy to model. Like it's imagine fix the aggregate money, right? Of asset supply.
No, let's just do it in real numbers. Let's do $10 circulating in the economy.
Stop talking
And we
over
understand.
in the middle of the sentence. Concrete, shut the fuck up. He's in the middle of the sentence.
We have $10. We have $10 in the
Concrete,
economy.
shut the fuck up and let him
We
finish.
have the same population that exists, or actually over a 10-year period.
Concrete, I want to hear.
If we're talking about a global economy, we should have an increase, just given like a typical birth rate, 2.5, whatever, per household, or, given, I'm sorry, that's numbers. Given a normal birth rate, we should have an increase in the population, a steady supply of the currency, and you're saying over a 5 to 10-year period, you're going to have an asset bubble. Now, I'm just curious in what domain and what would be the way that it occurs. I'd love to see it because from the sounds of that very basic model, just not doing, too many more inputs, it sounds like we would have like a debasement of let me think about it. Well, go ahead.
Okay. We can't model with our heads population growth and account for it.
No. Let's say we have 10 people on Monday and 15 people on Friday, which will be the end of the cycle. 10 to 15 years. There's $10 in the cycle, and everybody needs a house. Everybody needs food. Just run us through that scenario where you have an asset bubble given that scenario. I'd love to see it. I'd love to hear it. Saying it exists is one thing. Let's talk about it now.
Sure, I'm talking about it if you let me. Right. So let's say total money in the economy liquid base is $100, right? There is one bank, one borrower, one saver. Okay? We can't do 10. I can't do 10 in my head. Sorry. The bank must keep $20 in reserves, right? So it must lend $80 against its $100 deposits, right? The reserve liquidity is constant. So in a boom phase, let me think through it. So collateral constraint, borrower can borrow up to let's say 120, but the bank is limited to 80 USD. So the loan would be 80 USD. Balance sheet would be assets. The loan goes on the assets plus 20 USD reserves. Liabilities, 100 USD. Borrower gets 80 USD, investments it, and then owes 80 USD later, right? So money stock, this is the boom phase. Money stock would be still $100, right? But credit outstanding would be 80. It's high because you created money, $80, right? Do we agree on the boom phase? $80 gets created.
Agreed. You have $100 in circulation, $20 in reserves, bank reserves, that's mandated by banking regulators. Then from that other $80, you are now lending it out.
No, banks
issuance of credit. I'd love to hear that. How that and when you issue the credit saying you are lending $80, you're gonna get paid back $80 plus interest. There's only $80 in circulation. So now you're supposed to, okay, yeah, somebody's gonna be in debt, right? They're always gonna perpetually be in debt. Now the issue is, where's the asset bubble gonna come from?
This is the bubble phase, right?
This just seems to be like,
right?
how is this the bubble?
Let him finish, man. Oh, shit.
Wait, we got another booty clapper. Did you get here, mister? Because you're a new voice. Did you just get here?
Okay, right? The banks don't loan out money from their reserves.
No, that's the $20 left in coffers. $80 that they can lend. Like there's $100 in circulation.
This is the misunderstanding. This is okay. We have credit. It's called credit because it's credit. Credit is the money. It's not somebody else's money that you give to somebody else. It's credit. It's an accounting identity that goes on the balance sheet of the bank, right? Where the loan becomes an asset, the $80, right? And the liability in the future. Like, let's remove the interest. We don't even need the interest for credit bubble. Woman bus cycle, right? Are you with me?
Yeah, I'm trying to follow along. I'm lost.
Modern economy is this is where the misunderstanding is. Not only modern economies, but generally credit does not operate on you take some depositor's money and give it to somebody else. New money is created.
Yeah, I thought we were talking about reserve banking.
You don't operate on reserve. Well, this is reserve banking, but the only constraint that the banks have are mandated regulatory compliance.
Wait, is this model? It sounds like this one was predicated on the Federal Reserve central bank system, and we just take it that that's not a necessary component. We're talking about liquidity.
Liquidity concept.
Within one second, yeah, we're talking about liquidity, not necessarily employing the Federal Reserve system that you're appealing to, which is to say that when they issue this new
Federal Reserve,
okay, so
because it works as a lender of last resort in case of the bank's reserves, like there's a crisis, right? And as a lender of last resort, the Fed can step in, right? But again, in the era before Federal Reserves, banks operated independently. That's why there was a lot of instability in the banking system.
yeah, but when the bank issues an IOU or a mortgage or a loan to the borrower, they're then going to take that asset to get more funds from the Federal Reserve in order to lend more money. That's why it's almost like there's the Federal Reserve, the bank, and then the borrower. And you have to have that component in order for this model to work. But we're saying if it were just merely the $100 in circulation as your entire money supply, where's your bubble going to come from? Because it seems like without the central bank, you just wouldn't be having these exact lending problems from.
And people will say, put it on my tab, and they wouldn't exchange money, right? And credit would be created. So somebody would write it down somewhere, right? That this person owes me this much money and will pay it in a month, right? That credit, even though nothing is exchanged except other than an IOU, right? No transaction took place, like or a transaction that we think today. But in that exchange, money is created.
Yeah, but this system isn't necessary. Do we agree or not? This form of money creation isn't necessary. Do we agree or disagree?
Bucket system.
But it is necessary if you want somebody to send some money somewhere. If you want
safe place to put your money, you want to get a note that says, yeah, you have this money here.
Well, I'm talking about the lending practices, right? I take it that you could structure it differently, such that. So basically, the question is going to be, when you lend that money and the depositors want their money back, are you going to have money for them to receive, right? If there was they were called, to have a run on the bank.
Yes.
And so, so the issue is, if you didn't lend the money out and you had it available, you have to go to the Federal Reserve and get money from them, right? And you'd have to pay the penalty for not having the money in your own reserves and getting it from them. And that's the problem. So using this model to say it's a necessary component, well, yeah, you're basically begging the question at this point. You're saying if you have a Federal Reserve, then you're going to necessarily have these booms and busts. And I'm just saying that component isn't necessary. And if we were to just, as Mr. said, hold for, have a constant liquidity, constant set of money in circulation, your credit creation dynamics would change.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. Okay, forget my example. We are in Medici, Italy, right? Somebody's have exactly the same model when people promise each other a certain thing on credit, on harvest, on future expedition, benefits of some project coming in from the future, getting financing for it now, right? In that exchange, money is created, although you don't have like any liquidity increase, right? Like no new gold is, right?
But those don't still exist and can be exchanged for other things.
Yeah, but just based on over-promising and future expectation of those promises. And then that person who, like in the second iteration, has this new things coming his way that he think he's going to have, taking another IOU from somebody else, and that being chained to some other IOU of somebody else. And suddenly, in this scenario of Medici, Italy, are indebted to each other through a chain of IOUs, dependent on somebody, I don't know, striking gold somewhere in some other place, right?
So you're talking about mercantilism, where
it's not smart. It's just the act of people taking
from the IOUs.
You're expecting something to happen. You've made an agreement. The note has been created to say, yes, you have agreed to receive this, and now you're walking around with this piece of paper that says, once this event occurs, you'll be getting such and such amount of money. This becomes currency, and it's
Gold credit.
Okay. But what we're talking about, because it sounds like we're talking about project finance, and mercantilism, where it is your imports and exports, and how that affects your economy, or the strength of the nation. I would say the strength of the nation. And so yes, and I just take that. I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I take it that is separate from your local economy and the local asset bubbles that are occurring, right? So you could have a bank that could be, let's do East India Trading Company or any expedition to the Newfoundlands where you're going to bring back the spices and the gold. You're going to pay the sovereignty for their investment back with these items, right? You're going to go out and create wealth through the exploration of these projects. I take project finance.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, but I take it that endeavor is separate from the local economy. Now, it does have import on the local economy, but I just take it that we could separate these
The question that you asked me, right, is having the credit cycle, right? Now you're right that external things influence, but they don't influence the constraint that you asked me to keep, which was the same money, right? So the money remains the same. The thing that changes is the value of collateral, right? So, and it can go both ways. The value of collateral can increase because somebody promises an expedition, so, and collateralizes something and gets credit, right? Or it can also happen the other way around. The Chinese emperor is coming to our town and they're gonna buy up land, and suddenly the land, the future expectations of the land value increases, right? And collaterals goes up, and the new credit is created on that, right? So in both of those examples, you have the money's supply, the total money constraint, the same, but due to up or down expectations on collateral, you go into either a boom phase or bust phase, right?
You're saying
Increase
without
and decrease values of the collateral. Increase and decrease value of the collateral.
the collateral is the future income.
Yep.
Well, that actually is not even collateralized, because when you finance addition, there's no collateral. It's just a promise to pay.
Of course it's not.
Where's the collateral? So Columbus says
the actual item that's being taken from that expedition.
that's not collateral. Collateral is something's held in exchange for financing such to be recuperated if the financing does fails. That's collateral. For instance, a mortgage.
Collateral can also be an instrument of guaranteeing future payment based on the present time, right?
Yeah, but that seems like you're intertwining like our modern conventions of finance where we're trading paper, but that's not collateralized.
But it is collateralized.
That is
because you have a
but again, those are modern, like
it's not modern.
No.
You have an underlying asset that has a value, for which a note, like the strength of this note, right, that says I'm going to get paid, is based on the value of that asset. That's collateral.
I understand.
Whether it's gold, gold, silver, whatever it is, that's collateral.
Yeah, I understand. But if that's what you're taking as collateral, a promise to pay, then I just take that that's risky banking. And typically, how I would envision collateral is going to be a tangible asset of equal or approximate value to whatever is being lent. That's what I take.
But all that is subjective.
In the same instance, in the same way that when you mortgage or get a loan on a house, it's against the property, the real estate. The real estate is valued. It says it's worth $100,000. You've got to include some equity. You're going to get $80,000 of the value of the collateral
At the time.
Yeah. So if the collateral doesn't exist, that's not a collateralized loan, my brother.
So contract.
Yeah.
The term collateral, like, it's more of an account.
Okay, we get it. You guys are all Andrew Mellons on the stage. I mean, we got it.
Who's Andrew Mellon?
So the fact that you don't know that.
You mean Andrew Carnegie? Is that who you're talking about? Andrew Mellon. Who's Andrew Mellon?
So let's say you gave a great example, explain how you can have credit cycles if you hold money supply fixed. Good example.
So you're saying, oh my gosh, it's so crazy. Anyway, all right. If Mel wants to declare victory,
No, I'm not declaring.
What I'm gonna do.
Just have conversations and learn, but why is that?
I'm still trying to explore this thought experiment of holding money supply steady. And I just take it that you're gonna have $5 if you had $100, $50 for the local economy, $50 for project finance, right? When project finance, whatever you're doing with that $50, in project finance, at the end of the day, if you gain from it, then you could increase the money supply in the local economy, or you could keep it the same. And what you would do is just increase your coffers for a rainy day and keep the local economy still operating under that same $50. Now, if the local economy is operating with that $50, I'm wondering, questioning, how is the asset bubble going to obtain? And I can't see it. Even if you were engaged in risky project finance that suddenly collapsed due to failed expedition after another, when none of the IOUs came to fruition. I just take it that you lost that $50, but you still have $50 in the local economy. And if you needed to then fund further expeditions in order to create growth, you could just sell some land, right? You do have assets. That is your kingdom as your main asset and your human capital. Don't forget that. We can sell some people. And that could
what do you mean sell by people? Hold on.
And then we could replenish.
Hold on.
Hold on, brother.
No.
Hold on, brother. We could replenish the coffers for future project financing, right? Local economy still maintains, got a little bit smaller because a couple of people were sold, some of the land was sold, and we have less people, less land, but we still have that $50 operating within the economy.
You just
So I'm looking for it.
Hold on, Neil. Hold on. Can I ask him a question? What do you mean by selling people? Like, how does that look like in your plan that you were talking about, Concrete?
Sorry, what were we gonna say, Neil?
No. Neil is gonna go ahead and let other people talk right now. So, what does that mean, selling people?
What were you gonna say, Neil?
So Divine, any breaking news? TC, what's up, TC? Yeah, let's give TC a chance.
What's going on?
What's going on, brother?
Have you guys heard about Donald Trump's executive order on Biden's auto pay?
Yeah, that was crazy. I don't think it's legal.
It's extremely illegal for the auto pay, for Biden's auto pay to execute executive orders. Let me explain how just dangerous this is, like just how anti-constitutional this is. All right, you have a president of the United States, which we know that the president has the ability to sign and execute executive orders, basically directives from the president that governs the executive branch and all the attached agencies and so on and so forth. The president has to sign these executive orders because that's what gives the orders the authority itself. It's because the president officially signs them, he's executing the order. However, which was the case in the Biden administration, it's almost unspeakable. They created executive orders and deployed a Biden auto pay to execute those executive orders, essentially creating interdepartmental and interagency policies with or without the knowledge and consent of the president himself by use of the auto pay. They need not seek the president's official signature approval because they have an auto pay. They can type out whatever they wanted to in those executive orders, and by themselves, with or without the consent of the president, because they have a button called the Biden auto pay.
There's no evidence of what you're saying. None. Show something.
There's no evidence of the Biden auto pay.
Based on that, I'd like to say, Mr. It's great to see you on stage. Happy Saturday night.
Happy Saturday.
Wait, I'm lost. There's no evidence of Biden auto pay.
Hold on. Any executive orders that were signed expired with his presidency. So this is a nothing burger, but you can continue.
That's not true. That's not true. Executive orders can extend past the president's presidency.
Again, there's no evidence. Give us evidence that there was documents or executive orders signed without Biden's knowledge, and then we could continue the conversation. Because you can say whatever you want. We need evidence.
How do you know they were signed with his approval?
We need evidence.
Well, that's the point. The evidence is that you have a president's wet signature on the executive order. That's how you can prove that this was in fact executed by the president. But with an auto pay, you can't prove it. As a matter of fact, you can't verify the veracity of the document itself, that it was even effectively signed by the president or ordered by the president to be signed with the auto pay. It creates the environment for the bureaucratic state to govern by proxy through a president who we know we're having some very substantial challenges with his mental acuity. And sometimes he relied very heavily on his staff and administrators to give guidance on how he's to carry out his presidential duties. But it's not uncommon for president. Typically, presidents do rely on, their staff and the speakers rely on the parliamentarian and so on and so forth to kind of carry out ceremonial duties. But when we're talking about things as serious and dramatic as signing an executive order that alters the executive branch function, that's powers that are given to one man, not a department, not an agency, not a body, to one man. That is an awesome power to delegate to your administrative staff through the function of an auto pay. That's dangerous. It's anti-American. I just can't believe that this was being done in the Biden administration.
So TC, would you be okay with Trump? So you would not be okay if Trump signed stuff with an auto pen?
No, if Donald Trump is not himself effectively signing the document, I would not be okay with a bureaucrat signing a document with the Trump auto pen.
But did you know, TC, prior to 2005, in 2005, the DOJ office gave counsel on allowing presidents to use the auto pen?
Does the opinion of the DOJ's Office of Legal Counsel supersede the authorities given to the president by the Constitution?
Well, I would say no.
Absolutely not. So there's no opinion on the DOJ capacity, right? But giving a opinion about how a president is to use an auto pay is hardly president.
But if the president knew and said, go ahead and use the auto pen, wouldn't, in theory, Biden would, if he just comes out and says, I told him to do it, and as president, just like Trump, I can say whatever, and another president can't override another president. I don't see how that's going to stand up in court. I think he's going to lose this, and it's going to go back, and Trump's not going to be able to overturn another president's pardon.
Well, the not pardon, he can't overturn a previous president's pardons, but a president can certainly overturn a president's executive orders. And I think
it was not used to sign any executive orders.
Yes, he's trying to get rid of the pardons. He's going after the pardons.
No.
Wait. You're saying what? Let me understand what you're saying, Devon. This is why it sucks. I only join these conversations when I'm.
Dude, you can search all you want. There is no evidence of Biden or anyone using the auto pen to sign executive orders. This is what you're saying. There is no evidence of that.
All right. I need to look that up then. If what you're saying is that there's no evidence that there was an auto pen used. So what was the Biden auto pen used for?
The pardons, they're saying the ones.
But the real litmus test was when there was an extension of the Patriot Act in 2011 when Barack Obama actually signed it via auto pen because it was getting ready to expire and he was in France. And they actually brought this up and they actually referenced the case that Amari mentioned. And they said that it just required the president's approval. It does not necessarily dictate the mechanics of how it is done. It's the president's approval.
How do you verify the president's approval, DeAndrea?
The same way you do across millions of documents that's signed in corporate, legal, professional, political settings. This is a nothing burger. I mean, it's an interesting topic for.
That's not responsive to my question.
For 10 o'clock.
That's not responsive. You said the same way that corporate executes legal documents.
Yes. Approvals, a verbal approval, an email approval, some type of documentation.
That's not really the way. That's not really the way executive orders work. Executive orders.
We're talking about auto pen. Validation of authority given to execute on behalf of the president. That's what we're talking about. We're not talking about executive orders.
Is the president?
We're talking about.
Is the president sitting the command for the auto pen, or is
yes, that's what's required for the auto pen signature. That's what's legally required. The president's is the president's authorization given from the president. That's what's required.
What you're responding to is not my question. My question is, how do we know that it was the president that gave the approval for the signature via auto pen? That's my question.
TC, Biden already came out and said he gave approval verbally. He said that already. When this was
all the thousands of documents that were signed via auto pen.
Do you know which documents? Do you know which documents were signed via auto pen, TC?
Clemency. Clemency. I'm saying it over and over again. It was for clemency. Pardon. It was for pardon. You're saying it over and over again.
No, you're not saying over and over again.
I think there were some other things too done with the auto pen, like towards the end, but for the main thing, I think Trump wants to go after the January 6th people, and that's why he's using this to, one, I think, go after the January 6th folks. That's just my opinion on that one. So, and the reason being is because of the House, what's his name, Comer, I believe, had those hearings with the people who worked from the Biden administration, and allegedly he said that they couldn't, state that Biden actually knew what the hell was going on. So it sounds to me like they're just trying to throw anything against the wall. I'll land.
Yeah, I think it's just for the pardons, from what I read.
I'm gonna have to look this up, because if it's the pardons, then I think that's still on shaky ground. I mean, how do we know that the president gave those pardons and computations? Now, if there's a wet signature, yes, you can't do anything about that. That's the proof that it was signed by the president. A seceding president can't reverse a previous president's pardon. It's irreversible.
I'm looking at it here. It says clemency warrant, aviation funding extension.
Okay, aviation funding. Wait. Aviation funding extensions are not.
It was in May.
Wait, I want to hear from Divine. Are you suggesting that aviation funding extensions are...
That was Mr. 1 week extension talking, Casey.
This is a one week extension, May 24. This is not, I don't see anything here for executive orders.
But it goes back to the point. I think they want the pardons because the pardons, besides, only one was signed physically, which is the one for his son, right? He wants the ones that that were all done by pardon through the auto pen.
I'm sorry, but how does that exactly work? Either auto pen use is legal, if it is, or it isn't for all presidents that go back to, 19th century. Like, how do you do...
Neoliberal, it's under contest now. I mean, the president is contesting it. If a future president contests the previous president's use of the auto pen, I can imagine a scenario in which the courts would have to opine on that. Because how do you verify that it was in fact signed by the president?
Well, they have a so-called presence theory, which is not only Obama, but like multiple presidents going back, including Bush, etc., right, that used an argument going back further into history and common law, where there are proxies, so like other people who like secretaries for the presidents, etc., right? proxy. That legal opinion that was mentioned is like one in a series of legal opinions. So my question is again, how do you debate like on a law basis, normative basis, that use of proxies or outcome case is illegal, but only for Biden?
And also, they're gonna ask, right? Okay, the burden of proof is on Trump, right? So say he pulls up something. Use the auto pen for this, and he takes it to court. Okay, we dragged it into court. Sir, were you aware, or did you give authorization for the auto pen to be used for this document? Yes, I did. It's over. I mean, this is something that he can't win. All he has to do is either way. I yield.
So is there a constitutional or some kind of statutory law that would require a pardon? Or even an executive order to be signed by the president? That
Well,
make it valid?
yeah, so the question is whether a president of the United States, like a physical act of signing a binding federal like policy, directives, what have you, through a mechanical like means of signature. I think that's the question. And I think the argument is that a president cannot proxy his signature, like his executive function, to an administrative person, entity, group, what have you.
Why?
Because the Constitution.
So I'm looking at something that came out from Axios, and it's talking about 2005 coming out of the Department of Justice. Pretty much says the president doesn't need to physically sign a bill himself for it to become law. They can direct the subordinate.
Well, you run into a couple of issues, right? So you have
about what the constitutional or statutory law says that says it requires that it be personally signed by the president for it to be valid.
Correct. Right. And in the Constitution, you have the presentment clause. The presentment clause specifies that if it is approved, he shall sign it, which means you would take the interpretation, the plain language interpretation of sign to mean sign, not by proxy have a mechanical entity execute on his behalf. Because if that was the case, then you would have to amend the Constitution and a proxy the ability to sign on behalf of the president.
That's not necessarily true.
Patty, I had dropped the article in the chat. Barack Obama used the auto pen to sign an extension of the Patriot Act in 2011 while he was in France.
Yeah,
this has already been done.
Bush
Cited the 2005 guidance asks he to do so. So the fact that we're talking about this,
that was coming out of the DOJ. Since you're saying 2005, but that actually came out of the DOJ.
Correct. That came out of the DOJ. It was an opinion from the DOJ, but it's not binding on a future president. And if a future president.
But then and that's why I'm asking you again. What is the constitutional and statutory law that says it requires that the president has to sign it to be valid? Like, I need to see that.
All right, so in the Constitution, Article.
I don't see nothing on Google that shows where the
Constitution doesn't show that.
Okay, so
it does.
Okay, so what's the statutory law in the Constitution?
Well, the Constitution doesn't have statutory law, but the constitutional.
Statutory. I said constitutional and.
Oh, okay. I heard. All right, so in the U.S. Constitution, Article 1, Section 7, Clause 2.
There is some things that the president should sign. We can't have anyone just going in from the West Wing just signing like legislation. Like if the Senate like passes like for example the Epstein files.
So I just Googled it and it specifically says if he approves it, he shall sign it.
So
I'm confused. Like that doesn't pinpoint like it has to be some type of handwritten signature. It doesn't say it has to be physically signed by the president.
Well, you would take the plain interpretation of sign, meaning how the
which is a physical, man-made signature.
So that's not
Acting as though hold on a sec. We're acting as though some illegal document was. I'll pass it to you real quick. So again, this is nothing, Virgo. I don't know what the argument is here, because you're acting as though some law was broken or something was signed into effect and something was done illegally with the use of the auto pen. And again, there is no evidence. Go ahead.
Okay. So you see, he's right that Article 1, Section 7 requires President to sign. However, that does not mean the literal definition of sign, right? And if we're going textually about it, right, we have to look at how that was interpreted at the time framers were writing it and what it meant. And if you look at it, which the LC memo does, and the other memos across different presidents, this practice goes back deep in U.S. history and back into common law. Sign, right? Because people can separate. They are not crazy. They don't want to sign a lot of shit, right? In common law, that means that they can sign. Somebody else can sign it while they are the presence. That is what the memos, not only that memo, but that's also the
Neoliberal, you do see the big glaring flaw in your argument. You're
Oh
creating
no, so I just found something. It's DOJ, OLC, opinion 2005, Reagan era position reaffirmed under Bush. Authority of the president to use an auto pen to sign. Law is valid if the president approves it, even if he uses a signature device rather than signing by hand. The presentment clause requires approval, not a manual signature. The Constitution does not require the president's personal handwriting. A mechanical signature is constitutionally valid. The president may use the mechanical device to affix his signature so long as he directs this to be done. The president must give authorization, and without authorization, it would not be valid. But the physical act does not matter. This is a legal.
correct.
So Patty, real quick.
Well, that's an opinion. That's an opinion.
So Patty, in 1965, they actually flew the Voting Acts right to Lyndon B. Johnson. Like, I mean, I get it, it's right, but we can't have unelected bureaucracy using an auto pen though.
And then they also bring up a case that's talking about 1899, La Brea Silver Mining Company, 92. The court ruled that the courts cannot require into the internal processes of how an enrolled bill was approved or signed. In short, courts accept the president's certification of approval, do not question whether his signature was handwritten, stamped, or mechanically applied.
Those are all very valid arguments, right? Those are all very valid pieces.
Yeah, they dominate your
What you run
argument,
into
actually, completely. Your argument has been nullified, shown to be foolish,
I appreciate it.
foolhardy,
I appreciate it.
almost worthless and lacking in value.
It's not a foolhardy effort, and it's very
Terrible is the bad argument.
and extremely valuable. The one issue you run into is that you have to, every administration would have to create its own separate criteria as demonstrated by what neoliberal was saying. There is no governing rules or parameters through which a president can give his consent. I'll give you an example. That's fine, right? The president is that the president has to certify. But who verifies that the president's certified? That's the natural
Maybe the president?
Conflict that you run into. No, but again, how do you do that when you're dealing with a president that is out of his mental capacity, that he's mentally incapacitated?
Well, how can he sign it in the first place? That's good.
That's the point. That's the point. That is the point. It is a very
that narrative.
Okay. So the guy just answered. He proved for me, and it was a brilliant point of view. What? When a president can't physically sign it, how can you prove that he's given his consent? If a president is incapacitated, how can you prove that president gave his authorization to sign? You can't. More so that you can prove that a president signed it without his own wet signature.
Well,
that's the purpose of signature.
Okay, Okay, so in that case, the burden of proof is still on Trump to prove that Biden had no wherewithal to direct. This is like a completely different argument. Nothing to do with
No, it was my original argument earlier. You just figured it out.
The same thing earlier. You pull him into court and you ask him, "Were you aware of the use of the auto pen?" Yeah, I remember authorizing that.
So I just looked it up. They said what changed. They said Obama made it hard. So
let Neo go. Hold on, I stepped on him. Go ahead, Neo.
You see, so I appreciate now we can have two different conversations, right? So is the auto pen one satisfied? And can we move on to your other argument?
Well, it was never my argument that there are legal opinions from previous administrations that gave authorization to a president to use the auto pen to execute presidential declarations. That's not a dispute. I'm sorry?
Including court cases, not only DOJ matters.
That's fine. I'm not going to quibble about that. That's fine.
Great.
But that was never my argument. My argument was for all.
You're saying that the auto pen was used for executive orders. That's what you can't understand.
What I said was, how can you prove
it actually was used for executive orders.
How can you? Thank you very much. That was my first point. You said it wasn't, and now we learned.
Used for executive orders. There's no evidence of that, and I said right.
There's no validation. Actually, I have a whole video of it. I have a whole video of it. I'm going to stick to executive orders. Some video?
They can't use it for executive orders. The auto pen can be used for executive orders.
I thought we were moving on from the out of that.
Okay. Go ahead, Neil. You got it.
Well, Neil Liberal, just real quick, there was 162 executive orders done under Biden for and with the auto pen. Just want to clear that up.
No, Amari, I think there was 162 executive orders in which they don't know whether it was done with the auto pen.
That's even worse. That's even worse. The ambiguity itself proves my point, neoliberal. The fact that there's a relatively ambiguous conclusion on whether or not a president effectively gave the orders for an auto pen.
These things are knowable. You and I don't know them because we don't work in the White House. You don't work on behalf of the president.
Well, that's the purpose of the signature.
Do they have the exact amount for? Do they have an exact amount for Obama?
I mean, it doesn't matter. It's the same standard applies to executive orders, whether it was out of pen or not out.
Yeah, I agree with you, Neil. I don't think it could be overturned. The president has so much power, especially with the Supreme Court giving President Trump, basically power in the world last year. So I think Biden will be fine and look back out there and says, yeah, I knew about this, and I gave every single one permission. Case is over.
Let me ask you a question, neoliberal. Let's say there's a controversy. The controversy is it's in dispute whether or not a president gave an authorization for the use of the auto pen. That president is now deceased. What is the governing practice protocol to determine whether or not the president effectively gave his authorization for use of that auto pen? That document.
Great hypothetical questions, and you're right that there is a lot of ambiguity, but this is United States. Your laws are really bad and very ambiguous all over the place, especially in presidential powers and presidential conduct. If you read the Constitution, it literally says there is a cabinet and cabinet does executive shit. It's like super underspecified, right? There's a virtue of how the United States operates by design to some extent, right? So you're not incorrect there, but historically, we look at this precedents, right? Is there precedent for this? Is there, for example, there is a precedent.
What's the point?
Okay. Sorry. What's the precedent that was the Stalin and Churchill negotiation?
President Roosevelt?
Yeah, I think so. He was half dead, right?
Yes. and his wife, I think, was operating on his behalf.
So I have a question, right? So you guys are talking about, let's say he does die, right? So they keep a presidential law, correct?
Of course. Right. If the president signs it.
But then they also have an OLC, or Office of Legal Counsel. They have approval sheets. So like, I don't, and there's a fucking federal, like, what's going on? Like,
can I make a comment?
There's also people who are following them around all the time. Like, it's such a weird argument. Like, there's people who are there to record.
And what about the federal
what's
law?
happening.
If people keep bringing up when Biden was.
Signatures can also be forged. Like, how do we know if a wet signature is real? Like, we can play this game for forever, and it's silly.
Well, no.
Yeah, can I please speak? Yeah. The thing is that it's the job of the cabinet during the presidency, if the president is incapacitated, to do the 25th Amendment. That was during the presidency. You don't go back and do the 25th Amendment after the presidency is over. So this is dead. You can't go back and try to erase things and say, oh, he was now incapacitated when he did X, Y, and Z. This is President Trump trying to make up shit. This is not how it works. He was not incapacitated because that's how it works. All these things are done. That's not how we do it. It's the cabinet during the presidency who decides that the president is incapacitated. That's why we had a half-dead president doing things. Because the cabinet didn't step in at that time and say, hello, we have a half-dead president. Because they didn't do that, that's why Biden was able to finish his term.
But I mean, regardless of that, there's so many checks and balances, right? So like, even during his presidency, people kept bringing up his schedule law. There's a schedule law. There's a presidential law. They have a whole OLC. Like, it's like really confusing how someone can think that you just call somebody like, hey, homie, sign it's gonna be real good. And that's the only person you have at the windows. And they have directives, don't they? When it comes to these laws, somebody can look it up. There's a directive on how to
Yeah, they got directives. They can be held accountable. So you're right, Patty. They can actually go to jail if they did it.
Right. This is a stupid conversation where there's too many checks and balances in between and then like just the OLC alone, like that approval sheet from the fucking office of legal counsel should be enough.
Exactly. And there's also the White House counsel.
Let me ask you a question real quick.
No, you're not. I'm going right now. I'm going right now.
The question becomes, hold on, Aaron. Let me ask you a
I was
question.
literally speaking, and then you jumped on top of me. So
What are you going to be, like a petulant child?
Well, I'm going to move you to the goo if you interrupt me. Or you can just shut the fuck up and let me go.
Or you can stop being a baby.
Okay, I'm going to move you to the goo, and I'll bring you back up. If you can't, like, listen when someone else is speaking, then you can get treated like a child. So what I was going to say is that there's also the White House counsel who's around. There's lots of people who are there tracking it. And let's just play out what it would look like if some White House staffer decided that they were going to sign on behalf of Biden because there's something that they want that they're not, the president doesn't actually want. So-and-so decides they're going to get an executive order passed. And this goes through all the processes that have to happen to make it actually, like, legally binding and to hold. And no one along the way notices that this executive order just, like, slipped through. Like, in what universe? Like, this person would be risking all kinds of liability, all kinds of problems. They'd lose their job. They'd never get hired again. There's a million reasons why this just doesn't pass any kind of logical muster at all.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I'm engaging with this on as an interesting constitutional crisis type of thing. But the U.S. Constitution, before all of its vagueness, defines some remedies, right? Section 3 for temporary events like that. Or which one of those was? Well, Section 3 is used frequently, I think, right? But Section 4, I don't remember. And Woodrow Wilson and James Garfield, all of those things were handled informally. So, like, there are remedies, but again, if something like that actually happens, like more of a fraud case, right?
What articles are you referring to? You said section 1, 2, 3, and 4. You're talking about article 3?
The current framework is 25th Amendment, right? Section 3, let's
go. The 25th Amendment. Okay, I'm with you.
Yeah, section 3 is the voluntary ability to, I think, pro tempore, then resumption of duties, etc., etc. So there are some remedies for this type of situations. But TC, for all of this argument, do you actually envision like a serious constitutional changes or some procedural steps that anybody can do, whether it is like Congress cannot impose wartime or War Powers Act on the president? Like, I'm sure they are not going to be able to like a procedural act on signature handling or mental capacity stuff. Like, forget about it. They can't even impose War Powers Act on it. The Supreme Court has repeatedly already affirmed like quite a strong, like almost imperial executive who's gonna stop which institution is gonna impose this standards that you seem to be asking for.
Well, so I'm not looking to create new standards. I'm looking for the courts to find consistent with its previous rulings a more originalist textual interpretation of the Constitution. And under the presentments, it does specify a sign. And I think by creating. No. Listen. Let me put these together. Guys, it creates when you deploy an auto pit, that can be while a president is overseas, incapacitated, or what have you, creates an impermissible use of the auto pit that is not governed by any constitutionally sound protocol or system. And for those reasons, I think you created a very big risk of potential fraud, error, disassociation of personal intent. You can 100% envision a world in which staffers could sign documents without the direct presidential oversight, and there'd be no recourse to prove, in fact, the president gave the authorization. Not only that, there's no contemporaneous assurance that the president read or approved the document, the law, what have you. You would have to create protocols and systems to ensure that auto pit signature is evidence of a president's intent. If it goes back to the scenario that I gave you a minute ago, imagine in a world in which a president is incapacitated, but the president did not unveil the provisions of the 25th Amendment and was removed from office by his cabinet. In what scenario would that happen? You would have essentially a scenario in which the president's advisor, or going back to common law, where the king's advisor would give directives on behalf of the king while he's incapacitated. So you got to do an auto pit, you see. Your scenario has nothing to do with an auto pit. No, that's literally the only way. That's the only way staffers could effectively govern on behalf of the president is through the auto pit. That's not true. That is 100%. Hold on. Let me finish. It is 100% true. There would be no other way for staffers to govern. What about forged signature? Forged signature is illegal. Okay, it's illegal. It's a crime. It's in the federal code. What you're describing is illegal. No. It's not. Wait. Mister. It's not illegal. It's not illegal. It is literally ambiguous. That's the problem. It's not ambiguous. It is ambiguous. It's not ambiguous. That's not accurate. Hold on. Let me land, please. You're describing fraud. I'm not describing fraud. I'm describing how a president that's not removed from office under the auspices of the 25th Amendment can have his staff and administrators govern on his behalf because there's been no removal of the president. You're describing fraud. Literally how it can be done. TC, you're describing fraud. Okay, fine. I would agree with you. In spirit and in theory, it would be fraud. But in the context under which the president is able to delegate an impermissible use of delegation, but how he can delegate his signature to his staffers. Imagine a world, a scenario. And this will come up in Supreme Court arguments. They do this all the time. And I love watching Supreme Court arguments because it's very intriguing how the justices create scenario. Listening to them, you know what I mean. So here's the thing, right? And I do watch them actually because on the screen the justice's face pops up, and then the Solicitor General's face. Okay, I'm sorry. He asked the question. I have ADHD. Anyways, the point I'm trying to make is you can imagine a scenario in which a president says, "I give my authorization to this staffer to act in my stead on the next 3 law documents that come from the Congress to my desk to sign them at will. He has my authorization." That's the impermissible use that an auto pen creates because it gives the president the ability to delegate his signing authority to a staffer, which is not permissible through the U.S. Constitution. Why is it so hard for you guys to grasp this beyond me? It's a very simple concept. The auto pen creates an impermissible use for the president to delegate his executive authorities to staff members, bureaucrats that are not elected. It is not constitutional. Therefore, it has very strong legal grounds to be overturned from the former president.
It's like 5 incoherent arguments in one. There's like 5 different arguments.
I'm saying it's incoherent. It was very coherent.
You're arguing like 10 different things.
Stop it! I'm arguing the same thing. You can't keep up. It's not me.
Very long time. Can you let other people respond to you? Mr. Go ahead.
No, I mean, I struggle following the argument. It like went from like straight fraud to, delegation isn't legal to, I don't frankly understand.
All right, let me break it down to you like it's great.
No.
Come on, let me just get this out, please.
No, I want to talk.
Go ahead.
It's not a thing. Presidents have been not signing documents since the Civil War when they signed for their soldiers to go off. When they sign orders for their soldiers to start fighting, they don't sit there and sign each one for their soldiers to when they give a soldier an order to go to war, they don't do that. They don't sit there and sign. It's not an efficient use of their time. That's why they invented those fucking stamps or whatever the fuck they did back then. So this is not how executives spend their time signing orders.
And honestly, now that you said that, Rosalind, most of our orders are stamped. They're not actually signed by the actual president.
Exactly.
Yeah, and that's current days. Like, do you think we're in Afghanistan with a stamp, and that's going to be what's going to happen if there is a reversal of all this? I'm confused.
So let me ask you a question.
Hours and hours and hours. He spent all of his time signing things.
Let me ask you a question, neoliberal. Can a president delegate an auto pay to sign the next 3 bills that come across his desk for signature? Yes or no? Under the OOC opinion. Can he authorize that to be done?
If he wants to. Or he can make a big ceremony if he wants to.
Wait.
It's his prerogative. Either he can do it in private behind closed doors like he did when he did the Jeffrey Epstein, or he can auto pin it, or he can have a big ceremony. It's up to him.
Can the president delegate executive orders be written by his staff persons and signed by the auto pen without his knowledge?
No, nothing without his knowledge.
Why can't he?
That's
Why
fraud.
can't he? That's not fraud. Hold on. Let's deal with the substance. What law says? Hold on. Let's just deal with neoliberal. That would be great if we could just deal with one person at a time. That way.
Without his knowledge, but that's a dumb thing.
No, ma'am, listen to the question. Listen to the question.
I did. You said without
Ma'am. You're harping on a phrase and you're not comprehending what I'm saying. So just listen to the question. I didn't say he didn't have knowledge of giving the authorization.
You said
the question is,
you let him do something without his knowledge.
Listen to me for a
That
second.
doesn't make sense.
Can a president authorize staffer to write and sign, and have the auto pin sign an executive order that he himself does not have knowledge of the contents thereof?
No.
Yes or
No.
Now,
No, that's dumb.
Pause. Stop saying it's dumb, okay? Because by saying it's dumb, you're not dealing with the merits of the argument of the question.
Merit.
Why is the answer no?
Is he hiding the merits from us,
Because
everybody?
he doesn't know. He's not.
Show us the merits.
How can you prove that the president doesn't know?
Because you said without his knowledge.
It is his knowledge, yes, without his knowledge. But how does anybody else know whether it was signed with his knowledge or not? That's
Because of the laws. Because of the laws. That's why I keep bringing up the presidential laws. They have presidential laws. They even have a schedule law. Schedule law. What's going on?
So the president.
Listen. This has been coming up in the fucking news when Trump was fucking running. His fucking schedule laws. They were trying to fucking peel that shit apart. There's nothing they can use to peel that apart. Speak to him on a daily. What's going on? You're saying if he doesn't know. If he's not aware, no. Nobody's gonna say that's legal.
So, you see, Article 1, Section 7 allows the president to direct somebody to affix their signature onto a piece of paper. That's the extent of it.
Article 1, Section 7 allows for him to direct a fixed signature.
It allows him to direct somebody to affix a signature, put a signature. That's the extent of it. That's how historically the word sign, if you are textualist, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Of how the word sign has been interpreted, how it's been historically used. So how it has been historically used and how it also been heavily listed court cases that affirm this, right? Sign, it's understood as either in signing it or directing somebody to affix his signature onto that paper.
Well, I don't agree with you on that. I disagree with you. You're suggesting that this is common law interpretation that a president's signature can be affixed by a third party. I don't see that being in keeping
But
with
I'm not
text.
the authority on this. The U.S. president and court presidents are the authority on this. You don't have. You're welcome to bring a Supreme Court case, Trump or whatever case, to challenge this. But the current best understanding of the law and the precedent is fixed, right? So you might disagree with the interpretation of the common law and the history of it and all of that, right?
Well, I thought we were getting away from that.
Right.
I thought we were getting away from that argument. I thought we were just leaving that alone. And I'm not going to dispute.
You see, you brought that up. I wondered why you did it. That's why we're here. I didn't brought it up.
Let's just concede that a president has the authority to use an auto pen. That's not up for dispute. What's up for dispute is whether a controversy can be dismissed purely by the simple use of the auto pen. My argument is that it cannot. That further proof, contemporaneous proof, has to be attached to verify the authorization of the use of the auto pen. And if such contemporaneous evidence does not exist, then a future president can revoke a previous president's auto pen signature for the lack of there being contemporaneous.
I'm sorry, I'm really trying to understand.
It's making perfect sense, dude. I gave you a scenario. I said in an environment where a president is incapacitated and he gives the authority to his staffers to sign and execute using the auto pen policies, laws, into pardons,
How can he give authority if he's incapacitated?
That's the argument. That's the argument that they're
This
making.
is
He gonna come with everything.
This is the liberals' argument. Wait, am I wrong? Are you saying that a president cannot delegate his authority by use of the auto pen?
Definitionally,
Yes,
if he's
there is
incapacitated.
no delegation in the Article 1, Section 7. He's not delegating authority when he directs somebody to affix his signature. There is no delegation of authority happening.
There's
He's
no delegation.
No. Where is the word delegation?
No, I'm making the argument that it's an impermissible. I'm making the argument that it's an impermissible
You're
use
making
because in effect, that's exactly what he's doing. He's delegating his authority.
No.
There is a difference between your very strange interpretation based on wording that doesn't exist in Article 1, Section 7 about delegation, right?
You're proving my point, neoliberal, that it's not. It doesn't give the president the authority to delegate his authority.
Correct.
And what I'm saying is the use.
To direct somebody to affix his signature. That is
So-
not delegation.
So then a president can direct. So then a president can direct a staff member to affix his signature to future documents that he himself have not.
Correct.
Why is it? But you keep saying incorrect, but you've not told me why it's incorrect.
I'll tell you,
Because he's
because
not
it was
listening.
covered already. It requires is quoting, what is the term? There is a term for it.
There's no term. There's no, it's presentment. It's not.
Would you let him land, please?
You see. So, it requires is quote unquote presence, which presence, and again, under common law, is understood, is full understanding, is what I don't remember the exact wording of it, right?
Where does it say it requires president,
authorization, etc. I'll find it if you want.
What document are you referring to?
Well, Article 1, Section. Same.
No,
Article
He
1,
said give
Section
him a second so he can look it up. The same way you don't have the fucking everything memorized.
That's fair. Okay.
Yeah,
That's fair.
Here. So, things, requirements, so it's called, the term is presentment style.
Presentment clause, yes. The presentment clause, not presence. And the presentment clause has nothing to do with his knowledge. It has everything to do with his signature, not his knowledge of the document.
Well, I don't think that's true, but maybe, I'm not very sure.
It is, and that's, now you see my argument this whole entire time.
Not really, to be honest. But what is the presentment style?
Yes, the presentment clause. It's in Section 7. And we talked about this a minute ago. It's in Section 7 of the Constitution. Basically, the term sign is there. It says that the president signs it. That's the presentment clause. If he approve, he shall sign it. This is the presentment clause. Okay. What I'm saying is the auto pen or the use of the auto pen gives an impermissible use of the president. I'm not suggesting that it's outside of his authority. What I'm suggesting is it's an impermissible use of his authority. You understand the distinction between the two? It's an impermissible use of his authority to delegate the use of his auto pen signature to staffers that could potentially be used without his knowledge. That's the ambiguity there. There's no governing doctrine that allows him or that forces him to have presence. And I would argue you make a very valid point if there was language that was clearly articulated that presence, because that can imply presence of mind, it could imply presence of body, presence or proximity. Those are all things that would be parameters around the use of the auto pen. But that does not exist. Well, listen to me. That does not exist here. It doesn't. Okay, fine.
Yes. Here I'm reading the president must actually decide the decision cannot be delegated to stuff.
Where does it say that?
You even if the physical,
It's the court case, Field versus Clark.
yes,
So look at Field versus
President
Clark.
actually decide to approve the bill, that decision cannot be delegated to staff, even if the physical act of signing can be carried out by a subordinate or a machine. Again, case law understanding, long practice.
Can you give me the case so I can
This
read it,
is
please?
this is non-delegation. This has
Give me the
as I was saying before,
give me the citation so I can look it up myself.
Sure, no problem. I mean, you can Google the exact wording of what I said. Sorry, I'm half asleep.
What's the case?
It's Field versus Clark, 1892. Said the Supreme Court ruled that once a bill is authenticated by the president and transmitted back to Congress, the courts cannot inquire into how it was signed or what procedure the president used. Courts will not investigate the signature method. The president's approval is taken as final and unquestionable, and it's called the enrolled bill doctrine. So maybe you need to look up the enrolled bill doctrine.
Yeah. What's the case? Field versus Clark?
Yeah, just look up enrolled bill doctrine. That's where.
Oh no! But what's the name of the case? What's the name of the case?
No, Field versus Clark, and that's the big.
Field versus Clark.
Can you spell the first one? I'm not getting the first name.
Field.
Clark.
Oh, Field v. Clark. Okay. All right. Let me look this up. And enrollment clause.
TC also on Fox News, you know, like even their lawyers are like, this is kind of dumb. Like even they're saying like the president pardon powers and all these other things of that pen is, they're not going to question it. But so it like someone said, I'm not sure, it might have been Divine, waste of money. And it could be just the president's just trying to change the news.
So I got a question for everybody in the room. Okay, so let's say we have a president in the future and he pulls up these damn media sound bites. And Trump happens to sign off on one of these goddamn bills. You know how Trump has said, "Oh, I didn't know that was in the bill." When they were talking about the big beautiful bill, he said he didn't know that something that was. He doesn't know what the fuck was signed off on. Would that be something they can like contest?
In our Patty.
And wait, and one more thing. There is proof, and it's been said that he has not taken his executive briefing. So that would be in the presidential law. He doesn't take the briefing.
Yeah, Patty, I mean,
He feels like they're boring.
he has the authority to sign a bill that he doesn't read. So,
Okay, got it.
I mean, it's not a great thing, but he has the authority to do it. And there's danger. I think all these things he's doing is going to come back. I think it's going to be someone's going to be petty and say, "Oh, you didn't know this. You didn't do this correctly." They're going to try to find every little thing.
He has the authority to have it signed. He acknowledges that he knew, even though that on TV he has made fucking statements that he didn't.
Yeah. I think there's leave whatever the pardons alone. It's just dumb. Focus on affordability. Focus on the things that matter to the people, and just live your last few years in the White House. That's it.
The irony here is Trump has actually admitted that he did not know who the Binance founder was that he pardoned. Clearly, he didn't know.
Right, everything is I didn't know. I didn't know this was in the big beautiful bill. I didn't know. I don't take executive briefings. He didn't say it, but there's been staffers that says he doesn't take the briefing. So it's like it's really confusing what his presidential law looks like. They try to tear apart the presidential law as well as his fucking executive law when it came to Biden. They haven't been able to tear that apart. So now it's just fucking conversation that's on TV.
In a normal country, every single one of those would be cause for stepping down of office and stuff like that. But it's weird. The United States Constitution and laws, they're like held together by some type of a normative belief in a good faith actor, and that everybody's going to act in a good faith. And you get Trump, and you get this.
The thing about good faith is Trump has bad faith, and because he has bad faith, and then he has people like TC and etc., Anthony, and people like that who then amplify the bad faith, then that becomes like a movement. And so then you get, oh, it's illegal to use the auto pen, and let's unravel the last presidency because he used the auto pen.
But they won't be able to use the logs, and then they'd have to go after the OMC. So like, there's just too many pieces in play that wouldn't even like stand.
This would be like me saying that, in the Super Bowl 2 years ago, they didn't draw the yard line markers properly, and so therefore the 49ers should have actually won the Super Bowl instead of having lost it. Like, it's just, it's like such a loose technicality that it's just like the idea that it's so stupid.
But you get all these fools following behind you, arguing it.
But that doesn't really matter, Rosalind, because he has lawyers, he has other people giving us advice. It's not like TC's in the Situation Room with him or in the West Wing, so.
Don't tell TC that.
I got breaking news if you guys want it. So there's been a mass shooting in Stockton, California, multiple victims. Looks like at least 2 dead. Several people have been taken to the hospital after a shooting in the North Carolina city of Stockton Saturday night, authorities said. The San Joaquin County Sheriff's Office said the shooting occurred along the 1900 block of Lucille Avenue in Stockton, where they found several victims. The victims were taken to a local hospital. Deputies said the lady's condition is unknown at this time. So this is at a mall. People are getting into the holiday spirit. They like to shop this weekend. And so here we have a gas shooting at a mall in California. I'll try to get more details.
Isn't that a black town? Stockton?
There's a lot of black people there, but there's a lot of, it's very mixed. It's very, very diverse.
I'm sorry to hear that. That's a black mayor of Stockton, though, right?
Not anymore. You're probably going to Michael Tubbs.
Yeah.
Who was there, but he's not there anymore.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He's running for something else. I forget what he's running for now. Maybe like attorney, no, not attorney general. Lieutenant governor, I think he's running for.
Guys, it happened at a kid's birthday party at an ice cream parlor. That's really, really sad.
It's horrible. Concrete, good conversation earlier. I think the stage was affecting your. I wasn't thrown at all.
Concrete, I fell asleep.
When you just joined the stage, you can't be asleep.
Oh, he did go for sushi, so I don't know why he joined the stage. He should have stayed.
He went for sushi 5-6 hours ago.
Alright, so I had a chance to read the clip notes of Phil B. Clark, and strong arguments, not to get too deep into the woods, there's some very strong arguments there that basically requires the courts and to basically
What was the overall conclusion? Because obviously the arguments didn't stand. What was the conclusion?
Well, the conclusion was that the courts can't get into the complexities and the day-to-day details of proving that a president signed a document, basically. They can't go into, the inner workings and journaling of what was the president doing, where was he when he signed it, that type of thing, But what it doesn't do, the glaring obvious gap here is that it doesn't go into whether or not a president can, by order or authorization, extend his signature to be affixed
by a staffer. It doesn't go into that at all. It simply states that the courts cannot go into, get into the nuances and complexities of how the document was signed in the first place. But it does allow for, it doesn't speak to whether or not a president himself can bring up such a controversy. That part
that the president's
open.
approval is taken as final and unquestioned.
But by the
So
courts.
look at Roll-Field doctrine that came out of Field versus Clark.
Right, it can't be questioned. Basically, suggesting that the courts can't get into.
Unquestionable. So look up in Roll-Field doctrine. I'm driving right now.
Right, and I'm driving too. I take your point, Patty. I'm not quibbling with that. What I'm saying is, what it doesn't do is it doesn't deal with whether or not a president's signature can be affixed through a robotic means. And that would be a separate controversy. It simply states that the courts cannot get into the question of whether or how it was signed, but it doesn't suggest that a president couldn't do it either.
So which other venue in the U.S. institutions get into it, if not the courts?
That's a great argument. That's why I said this definitely impairs my argument a bit, because the only venue would be the courts, and in order for the courts to have any factual findings, they would have to go through their investigative process.
According to this,
Essentially, it does render it very difficult. But the point is that the enrollment doctrine doesn't deal with the use of an auto pen. It would be a separate controversy altogether.
well,
It wouldn't be necessarily.
They're not doing it to it, so it wouldn't be a controversy, right?
Well, I would argue that it's separate. And distinct. And I get it that this argument is not shared by the masses, but I would make the argument, neoliberal, if I could. I would make the argument that, in fact, the president's use of the auto pen doesn't fall under the enrollment doctrine, because the enrollment doctrine doesn't deal with the method through which the signature. It implies that the president gave his proper authorization. The controversy before the court would be whether or not the authorization was given in the first place, not getting into the details of how the document was signed.
Has nothing to do with the auto pen.
Again, yes, you keep combining your arguments, then splitting them up. We are kind of tired of you shifting it in real time.
I'm not shifting it. I'm giving you a simple example.
I count at least 3 times. You brought up auto pen. When Patty brought up this case earlier, first time to you, you said you basically conceded, or you said something like I wasn't talking about that argument. Then you made the argument about it being impaired and not knowing, right?
Correct.
Then we talked about impaired, and you brought up the auto pen again and tried to combine your arguments. Now the same cycle repeats. Now I brought up the same case, and I'm half asleep, so I didn't remember the case that Patty brought up. So now, for the second time, you dismissed the auto pen argument, and now you're going to focus on the impaired argument. How many times we can go through this ground of it?
No, so I think you do a disservice to my argumentation. You can't have one without the other, neoliberal. Okay, they're inextricably linked, right? The argument is.
So there's two things.
Why did you think that we have one without the other?
No, I can see.
The president must approve, and the president must direct that it be signed, right? Yes or no?
Yes, correct. The president has to direct that the auto pen be used, but it doesn't deal with whether or not a president can.
It's just saying they must approve and they must direct that it be signed, right?
So, Casey, okay, let me entertain this for the last final round around this cycle of repetition. It's like very Freudian. But let's say, okay, it's not the auto pen issue. The courts can't hear that side of it. So your argument is the courts can hear the impairment. Is that what you're saying?
That's That's essentially what I'm saying. That the use of the auto pen, let me just flesh it out for you real quick in one sentence. And I will do it in one sentence. The use of the auto pen creates a conflict with the spirit of the law and the letter of the law, which is the presentment clause, because it allows for a president to delegate his authority of signature to a third party. Therefore, it creates a conflict with the Constitution. It doesn't. Well, that's even worse. That's even worse. If a president signs an order that allows for a stamping to be approved through various specified dates.
Everything that's been done is not.
Not if it's packaged or bundled in an executive order.
Sign our orders. I've been deployed under the Trump administration. He doesn't personally sign my fucking order. Eternity and existence within the body
You're confusing what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, right? It doesn't have the official, it has the president's official seal on it, but the president didn't affix the seal himself. What I'm saying is, the president giving the authorization through his signature is okay. If he bundles the rights, allowing the authority that comes from the president to be administered through his generals and through the secretary of command, that's okay. Because my problem is with the origination and
from eternity, and it is in the body of the stars. I am not I am but an hollow tube to bring down the flame from heaven.
Under this interpretation, delegate his authorization
keep seeing or I keep hearing off Michelle Obama being that trip or not
This is the night wherein I am lost, the love through which I am no longer. Mighty and erect is this will of mine, this pyramid of fire whose summit is lost in heaven. Upon it have I burned the corpse of my desires. Mighty and erect is this fearful land, a land Omicron, sigma of my will. The secret of is that which I have borne within me from eternity, and it is lost within the body of Our Lady of the Stars. I am not at home to bring down fire from heaven. Mighty and marvelous is this weakness, this heaven which draweth me into her walls, this storm which hideth, which absorbeth me. This is the night wherein I am lost, the love through which I am no longer. Mighty and erect is this will of mine, this pyramid of fire, whose summit is lost in heaven. Upon it have I burned the corpse of my desires. Mighty and erect is this fireful lambda Omicron sigma of my will, the seed thereof is that which I have borne within me from eternity, and it is lost within the body of Our Lady of the Stars. I am not I am but an hollow tube to bring down fire from heaven. Mighty and marvelous is this weakness, this heaven which draweth me into her womb, this dome which hideth, which absorbeth me. This is the night wherein I am lost, the love through which I am no longer I. Mighty and erect is this will of mine, this pyramid of fire, whose summit is lost in heaven. Upon it have I burned the corpse of my desires. Mighty and erect is this fire thought. Lambda, lambda omicron sigma. Of my will the seed thereof is that which I have born within me from eternity, and it is lost within the body of Our Lady of the Stars. I am not I am but an hollow tube to bring down fire from heaven. Mighty and marvelous is this weakness, this heaven which draweth me into her womb, this dome which hideth, which absorbeth me. This is the night wherein I am lost, the love through which I am no longer I. Mighty and erect is this will of mine, this pyramid of fire, whose summit is lost in heaven. Upon it have I burned the corpse of my desire. Mighty and erect is this fire for lamb. See thereof is that which I have born. marvelous is this weakness? This heaven which draws me into her wall, this stone which hideth, which absorbeth me. This is the night where I am lost. The love through which I am no longer I. Is this will of mine spirit? A fire of song is lost in heaven. Upon it have I burned the corpse of my desires. Mighty and erect is this fire for the Omicron Sigma. Of my will the seed thereof is that which I have born within me. From eternity, and it is lost within the body of Our Lady of the Stars. I am not I am but a hollow tree to bring down fire from heaven. Mighty and marvelous is this weakness, this heaven which draweth me into her wall, this door which hideth, which absorbeth me. This is the night wherein I am lost, the love through which I am no longer I. Universe is the practical joke of the general, at the expense of the particular, quoth Fretter. Pedro and laughed, but those disciples nearest to him wept, seeing the universal sorrow. Those next to them laughed, seeing the universal joke. Below these certain disciples wept, then certain laughed. Others next wept. Others next wept. Next others laughed. But though Frater Pedro laughed openly, he also at the same time wept secretly, and in himself he neither laughed nor wept. Nor did he mean what he said. at the expense of the particular quoth frater, perdurabo, and laughed. But those disciples nearest to him wept, seeing the universal sorrow. Those next to them laughed, seeing the universal joke. Below these certain disciples wept. Then certain laughed. Others next wept. Others next wept. Next others wept. Next others wept. Last came those that wept because they could not see the joke, and those that laughed lest they should be thought not to see the joke and thought it safe to act like Frater Perdurabo. But though Frater Perdurabo laughed openly, he also at the same time wept secretly, and in himself he neither laughed nor wept, nor did he mean what he said.
At the expense of the particular, quoth Frater, Perdurabo, and laughed. But those disciples nearest to him wept, seeing the universal sorrow. Those next to them laughed, seeing the universal joke. Below these certain disciples wept. Then certain laughed. Others next wept. Others next laughed. Next others wept. Next others wept. Next others laughed. Last came those that wept because they could not see the joke. And those that laughed lest they should be thought not to see the joke. And thought it safe to act like Frater Perdurabo. But though Frater Perdurabo laughed openly, he also at the same time wept secretly. And in himself he neither laughed nor wept, nor did he mean what he said. Universe is the practical joke of the general, at the expense of the particular, quoth Frater Perdurabo, and laughed. But those disciples nearest to him wept, seeing the universal sorrow. Those next to them laughed, seeing the universal joke. Below these certain disciples wept. Then certain laughed. Others next wept. Others next laughed. Next others wept. Next others laughed. Last came those that wept because they could not see the joke. And those that laughed lest they should be thought not to see the joke. And thought it safe to act like Frater Perdurabo. But though Frater Perdurabo laughed openly, he also at the same time wept secretly, and in himself he neither laughed nor wept, nor did he mean what he said. Universe is the practical joke of the general at the expense of the particular quoth later, irreparable and left.
Wept, see the universal sorrow, those next to them laugh, see the universal joy. Below the certain disciples wept,
Uncertain life,
others next wept, others next laughed, next others wept, next others laughed.
last came those that wept because they could not see the joke, and those that laughed lest they should be thought not to see the joke, and thought it safe to act like Frater Perdurabo. But though Frater Perdurabo laughed openly, he also at the same time wept secretly, and in himself he neither laughed nor wept, nor did he mean
What he said.
Universe is the practical joke of the general, at the expense of the particular, quoth Frater. Perdurabo and laughed. But those disciples nearest to him wept, seeing the universal sorrow. Those next to them laughed, seeing the universal joke.
Below these certain disciples wept, then certain laughed, others next wept, others next laughed, next others wept, next others laughed.
Last came those that wept, because they could not see the joke, and those that laughed lest they should be thought not to see the joke, and thought it safe to act like Frater Perdurabo. But though Frater Perdurabo laughed openly, he also at the same time wept secretly, and in himself he neither laughed nor wept, nor did he mean what he said.
Universe is the practical joke of the general, at the expense of the particular, quoth Frater. Perdurabo and laughed, but those disciples nearest to him wept, seeing the universal sorrow. Those next to them disciples wept.
Then certain love, others next wept, others next laughed, next others wept, next others laughed,
Next others laughed.
then certain love, others next wept, others next laughed, next others wept.
see the joke and knows that love less they should be thought not to see the joke and thought it's safe to act like frater better double, but though frater better double laugh openly, he also at the same time wept. Thou that sittest down upon the path, false is the phantom that thou seekest. When thou hast it, thou shalt know bitterness, thy teeth fixed in the solemn apple. Thus hast thou been lured along that path, whose terror else had driven thee far away. O thou that stridest upon the middle of the path, no phantoms mock thee, for the stride's sake thou stridest. Thus art thou lured along that path, whose fascinate channels have driven thee far away. O thou that drawest toward the end of the path, effort is no more, faster and faster dost thou fall. Thy weariness is changed into ineffable rest, for there is none thou upon that path. Thou hast become the way. False is the phantom that thou seekest. When thou hast it, thou shalt know all bitterness, thy teeth in the solemn apple. Thus hast thou been lured along that path, thee far away. Oh, thou that drawest toward the end of the path, that no faster and faster dost thou wrong that path. Thou hast become the way. Thou that sittest out upon the path, false is the phantom that thou seekest. When thou hast it, thou shalt know all bitterness, thy teeth fixed in the sodden apple. Thus hast thou been lured along that path, whose terror else had driven thee far away. O thou that stridest upon the middle of the path, no phantoms mock thee, for the stride's sake thou stridest. Thus art thou lured along that path, whose fascinate channels have driven thee far away. O thou that drawest toward the end of faster dost thou fall. Thy weariness is changed into ineffable rest, for there is not thou upon that path. Thou hast become the way. Thou that settest out upon the path, false is the phantom that thou seekest when thou hast it. Thou shalt know all bitterness, thy teeth fixed in the sodden apple. Thus hast thou been lured along that path, whose terrors had driven thee far away. O thou that stridest upon the middle of the path, no phantoms mark thee for the stride, say thou stridest. Thus art thou lured along that path, whose fastened show. Thou that sattest out upon the path, false is the phantom that thou seekest when thou hast it. Thou shalt know bitterness, thy teeth fixed in the sodden apple. Thus hast thou been lured along that path, whose terrors have driven thee. Thou that settest out upon the path, false is the phantom that thou seekest when thou hast it. Thou shalt know bitterness, thy teeth fixed in the sodden apple. Thus hast thou been lured along that path, whose terrors had driven thee far away. O thou that stridest upon the middle of the path, no phantoms mock thee for the stride's sake, thou stridest. Thus art thou lured along that path, whose fascination has driven thee far away. O thou that tries toward the end of the path, Effort is no more faster and faster dost thou fall. Thou that settest out upon the path. False is the phantom that thou seekest when thou hast. Thou shalt know better than thy teeth the solemn apple. Thus hast thou been lured along that path, whose terrors have driven thee far away. O thou that stridest upon the middle of the path, no phantoms mock thee, for the strides save thou. Strides the southern moon that path, whose fascination had driven thee far away. O thou that drawest toward the end of the path, effort is no more, faster and faster dost thou fall. Thy weariness is changing to ineffable rest, for there is not thou upon that path. Thou hast become the way. Thou that sittest out upon the path, false is the phantom that thou seekest when thou hast it. Thou shalt know all bitterness thy teeth fixed in the Sodom apple. Thus hast thou been lured along that path, whose terrors had driven thee far away. O thou that stridest upon the middle of the path, no phantoms mock thee, for the stride's sake thou. Strikes the sword thou lured along the path, whose fascination has driven thee far away. O thou that drawest toward the end of the path, effort is no more faster and faster dost thou fall. Thy weariness is changed has become the way. Thou that settest out upon the path, false is the phantom that thou suckest when thou hast it. Thou shalt know all bitterness, thy teeth fixed in the southern apple. Thus hast thou been lured along that path whose terrors had driven thee far away. O thou that stridest upon the middle of the path, no phantoms mock thee for the stride's sake thou stridest. Faster and faster dost thou fall. Thy weariness is changed into ineffable rest, for there is not thou upon that path. Thou hast become the way. Never else had thou that settest down upon the path, false is the phantom that thou seekest when thou hast it. Thou shalt know all bitterness, thy teeth fixed in the side of that hole. Thus hast thou been lured along that path, whose terrors have driven me far away. Oh, thou that settest out upon the path, false is the phantom that thou seekest when thou hast it. Thou shalt know all bitterness, thy teeth fixed in the side of apple. Thus hast thou been lured along that path, whose terrors had driven thee. cry of the lower as oi of the higher. In figures they are 101, in letters they are joy. For when all is equilibrated, when all is beheld from, without all there is joy. Joy.
Mighty and erect is this will of mine, this pyramid of fire. endeavors, our military industrial complex, so on and so forth. That cannot be disturbed. So don't even look at it. It is a sacred cow. Get your hands off of it. Leave that alone. Now, alternatively, what we can do is we can help other people help themselves, and that could take, a couple of generations. But the idea that we're gonna rejigger our economy for the sake of the lower rung of the economic totem pole, which then puts the entire economy.
Let the camels go and roam all over the deserts of Arizona.
So, and I mean, I feel gratified by it. Of course, I don't have to support it. Yes, but fortunately, a weird and nausea-making subhuman like Sam doesn't really weigh in on my constellation. A peculiar man-child like him. Like I said, when I saw that picture, I felt very sorry for you, Sam.
I think how stupid Elmore is. He's saying that he wants to vomit looking at a picture of a cute child. Like a disgusting, what kind of disgusting broken man vomits?
Sam, what are you going to do when El Normo is in your family?
Against who in the mouth?
What do you mean? I can use whatever words I want. I don't know. What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. I just want to puke when I look at a picture of a child. I don't know. I just want weird.
It's so funny because it's so stereotypical because it's exactly the sort of accent that Kyle's mom has in South.
Absolutely. It's such a stereotype. It's crazy. What do you mean?
Was it contentious there, Green Sir?
Yes, very contentious.
About this.
For no reason.
Yeah, okay.
All we were doing is talking about the genetic aspect of ancient Levantines, and I don't know why I got.
Why is the Caucasus controversial? I mean, they're right there.
The Caucasus is part of the Near East. It's like what?
That's not true. You just lied.
Wait, what?
You just lied. What are you talking about? No, it's not.
You got to be trusted.
Wait, hold on. The Caucasus is part of. Wait, so what do you consider? What is the Near East to you? What is
the Near East includes Iran, Armenia.
Okay, the South Caucasus. We're splitting hairs. The South Caucasus. How about that?
Yeah. The lesser.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the northern.
The southern foothills of the Caucasus.
Well, you're talking to a black supremacist, so we definitely gotta get this stuff straight. Absolutely.
All right, that's good. We're being specific about geography. It's good.
Yep, ancient Middle Easterners are indeed Caucasians.
You're a black supremacist pointing to your mouth, not your forehead. Which means it's more about what you're saying instead of what you're thinking.
That's right. Adam, wait until he finds out that the Egyptians are Caucasians too.
Now, I've talked to you before. You're goofy. We've already handed you. We've already packed you up so many times, dude. Yeah, we did. We've packed you up 1,000 times. You come here with your little false bullshit. We've packed you up so many different times, dude. Just get the fuck out of here, man.
Bro, it's okay that the Egyptians.
We've packed you up already, dude. We packed it up so many times, dude. I don't even what are you talking about? You get on this app and lie, dude.
It's okay.
It's okay.
Green Sahara knows a lot lot about this like ancestral population stuff. So I'm surprised.
He does. I agree, he does. But what he does is he's parrots a bunch of bullshit. Well, wait. For example, what he just said. Like I haven't corrected him on what he just said. This is what we got to do constantly with this guy. We got to correct this dude constantly on his false information because to dumb people, he sounds like a smart guy.
Oh Lord. So, by the way, Sam, I put the paper in the chat if you want to read it, dealing with the Southern Levant and the genomes. It's pretty good.
Yeah, we don't have. We can actually go straight to the Bible if you want to go to it. You want to go to the Bible?
We don't think the Bible is history, brother.
Oh, okay, all right. So you don't want to go to the Bible? All right, I got you. Yeah.
When do you think that the Egyptians became black in Sahara? Like, or sorry, became not black? When did they start looking Mediterranean?
Well, the thing is, all right, so there's two different things when it comes to the Egyptian question. One is that skin tone and genomes, or phenotype and genomes, are two different things. So a new paper just came out, the Nerot sample, which is an Old Kingdom sample. It did turn out that his skin tone was dark to black skin. But here's the thing. There's plenty of humans, both on this earth today and in the past, that had dark to black skin. Australian Aborigines, they're dark. Indians in India, they're dark. Papua New Guinea, they're dark. Andaman Islanders, they're dark, etc., etc. So it's not that strange to find ancient peoples that have dark skin. Chinaman had dark skin as an example. So this Egyptian sample, who is dark skinned, was genomically not West African like Yoruba or Igbo,
West African,
or was not genomically Bantu like.
Oh my gosh, you people are retarded.
The genome of the Old Kingdom sample was 80% North African, Neolithic, and 20% Mesopotamian. So when it comes to the Egyptian question, like sure, like Old Kingdom Egyptians probably were dark skinned, but they were genomically West Eurasian. That Egyptian sample was 100% West Eurasian. Because
they're dark skin.
So because the North African Neolithic.
Just hold on. Just they were dark skinned, correct?
Yeah, just like Australia.
Okay, great. Yeah, cool. Fine. Yeah, sure. Okay, as long as you admit that, it's fine. We can move on.
But they weren't genomically Yoruba. But anyways,
nobody's claiming them. What would they be from? Nigeria. What's going on?
So the reason why the Old Kingdom sample, the Nerot sample, is Eurasian is because for the past like 30,000 years, you had West Eurasian groups coming into North Africa. Like North Africa has always been heavily Eurasian, as opposed to
actually, it's just not really true either. Hold on. So let me ask you this question.
Yeah, sure.
Where did the Egyptians say they came from?
It doesn't matter.
No, it does matter. I'm asking you, where did they say they came from?
Bro, it's not sacred, bro.
Yeah. How? Okay, I got you. Hold on. Let's just be very clear. So, you don't believe them when they tell you where they came from. This is one of the most documented.
Bro, I don't believe.
Hold on. It's one of the most documented cultures in all of history. And what you're saying is, what they tell you about where they came from doesn't matter?
It absolutely doesn't. Want to know why? Because the Sumerians said they descend from Anunnaki. Should I believe that?
Oh, okay, right. Because that's what the Egyptians said. They come from space. Okay, we got it.
Bro, Egyptians have a wild mythology. They have a wild mythology.
Not about where they come from.
Bro, it's non sequitur. Who cares what it is?
It's not a non sequitur. Well, wait. How is... Okay, so hold on. So them saying, hey, this is where we come from. This is our people. And then not even just them saying this. Greeks said the same exact thing. So these people documenting where they say they come from doesn't matter to you.
Nope. I don't care.
Yeah, but no. When do you think the Egyptians became lighter skinned?
Ptolemy.
The funny thing about light skin, it's been
Ptolemy
North Africa. It is becoming into North Africa as far back as 5,000 years ago. Because we see, like in the KEB population in Morocco, you had early European farmers come into North Africa to get 5,000.
But it was coming from the Iberian Peninsula. It's totally big.
Well, the thing about the KEB population, they carry haplogroup T and G2A. That's not from Iberia. That's from the Levant and the Near East. So Yeah, you had light skin coming into North Africa just in general 5,000 years ago. When did Egyptians start coming light?
I don't even know if they necessarily believe in light skin, honestly.
If I say, why do you care about Egypt so much and you're not even Egyptian? Why? Like,
no, I care about you. The same reason why you do. You're not.
Green Tower.
Hey, this sounds like just dumb shit. Like y'all just say dumb shit.
Hold on. Green Tower. If I said that the Egyptians became lighter skinned from like 5,000 to 1,000 years ago, would that be take a pretty good guess?
That would be accurate.
It would not be accurate. It's bullshit.
Why do you care if they're light or dark? Why do you care so much?
I care about you guys' race and history. It's funny because hold on. If I said Greeks were dark, you guys would be like, oh my gosh, this is so.
Well, it depends on what you mean. Like if you said we're Greeks in the Neolithic period, 10,000 years ago, dark skinned, I would say yeah.
Hold on, let me.
Like because everybody 10,000 years ago was dark skinned.
Yeah, not even just that. Hold on, just hold on.
Actually, I
think this is something
We literally have drawings of the Minoans by the Minoans. They did not have dark skin.
Oh, here we go. Yeah, and so we do the same thing. Oh wait, you guys just said it doesn't matter. So I don't know.
No. So what I'm trying to make the drawings are more evidence than the description.
There's plenty of drawings in Egypt. You're being ridiculous. Quickly,
yeah,
put it
there. Drawings in Egypt are lighter skin.
No, they're not. It's funny. You know what's funny about that? What you just said? What if I prove to you right now that Egyptologists, right, Arab Egyptologists, were literally lightening the actual drawings in Egypt? What would you say? If they were just being honest about it, why would they need to do that? Can you explain that to me, Sam?
Wait, what do you want?
I just told you. What was hard to understand about what I just said?
You said the Arabs were doing that?
Egyptologists, yeah, they were lightening the skin of the drawings in ancient Egypt, yeah.
I mean, that's kind of no sequitur, but...
It's not. No, what do you mean? Did you hear what Sam just said?
No, it's just that we have the DNA, bro. So.
It's not. Sam. You're just trolling at this point because Sam literally just said that the drawings is an important factor to determine the skin. He just said that. Did you not hear him?
I mean, when it comes to the drawings, there's a plethora of different skin tones depicted.
I know, but you said it was a non sequitur. I'm just saying you didn't say that when he's the one that brought it up. It was his point, not mine.
I'm talking about on the tomb of Seti at first, I think. That's what it is.
Well, you were talking about the Minoans. Now I was talking about Egypt.
So you have the Minoans, but then you also, let's say first you have a picture of Assyrians, Libyans, Egyptians, and Nubians, and they all have different skin tones. And the Nubians are way darker than the Egyptians in this. And the Egyptians drew this, so
this is not true. So I can. So you know what's funny? There was a video actually exposing that, and I'm gonna put that link in the chat. But you should click the link I already put in the chat, Sam, and read that. That's number one. But number two is this: I'm gonna put another link in the chat to show you exactly what I'm talking about them specifically lightening the skin in order to what you just said, right? To confuse people like you. Because if the truth is that these people were light-skinned, why would they need to lie? Why would they need to actually lighten their skin? Why would they need to do that? What would be the point?
I highly doubt, whatever you have, I highly doubt they they made every single mural light-skinned through all the different, tombs and stuff.
What do you mean light-skinned through all the different tombs? A lot of them are dark-skinned. I mean, you guys are just making stuff up.
I already admitted that the neuron sample was dark to black, but still his genome was not sub-Saharan African. It was West Eurasian.
I just said, I don't care about that term. It's a white term. People in Sudan. Hold on, let me ask you this question. Do you agree that in Sudan right now, 2025, there are black, dark-skinned, extremely dark-skinned people right now in Sudan? Yes or no?
I mean, obviously, in Sudan, yeah, obviously.
Okay then. So,
but that doesn't mean...
You said sub-Saharan, like that means anything. Like, what does that mean?
Yeah, but the thing about Sudan is it's funny because there's a lot of people with West Eurasian ancestry in Sudan, like the Christian Nubian remains. They were highly Bronze Age Levantine, like the Christian Nubians. So it's like Sudan is a very mixed area as well. It's not like some pure black African.
No, you keep saying, no. I'm making one simple point. You keep saying.
Well, I just wanted the audience to know, Sudan is a very mixed area. You have some people who are as dark as night, like the Dinka Nilots, but you also have people like the Sudanese Arabs that have literal West Eurasian ancestry. So it's I want folks to know that Sudan is diverse.
Yeah, of course, Sudan is diverse, but still black. I don't know if you see. This is the thing too, as well. I don't know if people are actually familiar with the history of Sudan. I don't really want to go through it, but a lot of people are just not familiar with the erasure of dark-skinned black people. That's actually the reason for the conflict right now in Sudan. Is the erasure of black folks. They want to Arabize the entire region. They want those people that are native to Sudan to all practice Islam, and they want to insist. Well, we already went over this. I'm already explaining this the situation. But the point I'm making is, like when people say sub-Saharan, it doesn't mean anything because there were dark-skinned, extremely dark-skinned black people that are not sub-Saharan. I don't know why people say that. It's just a racist term.
But the Dinka come below the Sahara. The Dinka come from more south, right?
No. See, this is another bullshit. So this is what I'm saying. Like in Darfur is not below the Sahara. You understand?
There's also a genomic aspect to sub-Saharan Africa because a lot of the people south of the Sahara typically are genomically quote-unquote sub-Saharan African, i.e. they have the Khoisan genome, the Pygmy genome, and the West Africans.
You guys say this sub-Saharan.
I'll pull up a map. But go ahead, Simon. I didn't mean to cut you off. But I'll pull up a map of the genomes. Oh my goodness, bro. This is just...
Yeah, I agree. It is. So let me put some of these things in the chat.
Goofy goobers here, man. Afrocentricity gotta die.
No. Eurocentricity has to die. Especially you people. You claim to be North African or whatever the hell you claim to be, but you're really just a whitewashed, whatever the fuck you are, man. Just a whitewashed dude, man.
I think Al's trying to say you're an Uncle Tom.
He's not black, so.
You see, Adam, as soon as you start to disagree with the hive mind, they kill you.
Stop that. You say in hive mind, dude.
It is not.
No. Me and you, we've done the stance. Me, you, Santana, all of them, we got together. Your room. Yeah.
And y'all lost.
All right. Now you just, this is cold.
You know you lost.
This is cold.
It's okay, bro. You have the Mali Empire. You don't need Egypt. It's cool, bro. Mali's cool. Sometimes
bro. Listen, here's the thing. I don't personally care about Egypt. I don't even personally care about Israel. What I personally care about is the lies people like you and Eurocentricity does. That's what I care about.
Nothing I even said is like Eurocentric adjacent.
It is.
I'm not saying that these groups are Germanic or Celtic. I'm saying that they're literally indigenous to the Middle region. What are you talking about?
So Eurocentrism also has to do with the erasure of blackness, dude. It's also
the Mana region isn't black. This is
10,000 years ago was dark skin. Didn't you say that?
Dark skin, but not black.
Okay, well, what was Cheddar Man?
Cheddar Man was dark skin. What about
black?
Well, by black, I'm not saying like African American or nothing like that.
African, of course. Yo, this is what I mean by retard. Who is claiming they were African American?
You'll be surprised. Go to TikTok.
What the fuck?
I don't like using that term black and white. Like I even told Sam, like the title, like I would kind of disagree with the term white because these terms white and black have a certain connotation, especially here in the States, where if you say black, most people are thinking of African American. When you say white, most people are thinking of white Americans. I don't like these terms black and white. But if you want to say like the Israelites, did they have like were they half Caucasian? Did they have Caucasian ancestry? I would quickly agree and say, yeah, they did.
They were black.
The Egyptians had Caucasian ancestry.
They were black.
But I don't like terms like white, black. It's very low IQ.
Both are using two different definitions. It's weird. And also, Caucasians could have been darker skinned. I don't know. It's not.
It doesn't, like Michael Jackson said, it doesn't matter.
Well, he put this ridiculous title up, so.
It's not my room, bro. Don't get salty because of a room title.
Yo, we're having a conversation. Relax.
Also, you can't tell somebody's skin color by their. Like, that's also weird.
This is why skin color is kind of a dumb way to determine quote unquote race, which race doesn't exist. But that's why you don't use skin tones to like determine things. Again, Australian Aborigines are just as dark as a Nigerian, but that doesn't mean that an Australian Aboriginal is a Nigerian or vice versa. So skin tones is really dumb.
But we did the in 2025 didn't have these terms. They were invented something years ago.
Right, and we can drop these terms. And we drop these terms. We don't have to keep using them. Like we dropped the term Negroid and Caucasoid not that long ago.
People use them because of the political identification that is developed with those terms. I don't think that a lot of political identification existed with the terms Negroid and Caucasoid. They were actually pretty short-lived and only used mostly in scientific ratings, but not in like everyday parlance.
I'm surprised in the States, Caucasian, it persists. Like, I think it's like a legal designation.
And it drives me nuts.
I know, it's crazy.
Like, you're not a Caucasian, you're not Armenian, you're not Azerbaijan, you're not Georgian. Like, why are you calling yourself a Caucasian?
Yeah, you're probably haplogroup R, and you come from, like, Russia somewhere.
Yeah, it'll be more proper.
Central Asia.
Like, why don't people for the government, illegally for the government to classify people as white if you're considered being quote unquote Caucasian, including some Sudanese, including some Eritreans and Ethiopians, and whatever, and North Africans. They were all considered Caucasians, therefore they were considered legally white.
Shout out to the North Africans, by the way.
And to that point, Europeans 10,000 years ago were intermediate dark to black skin. And I think the term black is used in scientific literature to this day, intermediate dark to black.
Yeah, for skin tones.
Mm-hmm.
If we're keeping it in terms of skin tones, then I'm fine with that. But when we say they were black, like X, Y, and Z were black people, that's what they.
Well, because this is like Bantu speaking.
Yeah, because I'm thinking like, are you trying to say African American or like?
No, I'm talking to Greek. Well, can I? He's not answering. Al, can I just? Because I'm trying to, and I'm reading between the pages here, but like, is it the same categorizing people as West African is dismissive of the diversity within the geographic area of West Africa, that we should be more specific about the peoples there rather than grouping them all together and calling them West Africans? Like, what is it about the term West African that gets your back up?
No, because it'd be like saying just only calling white people Western Europe. It's just not accurate. Like, I don't even understand it. Like, everybody knows white people isn't just West Europe.
Yeah, but often people will differentiate between like people of Western European descent and Eastern European descent, and there's a distinction there. For the sake of like brevity, they use that. So like East African, West African, same thing. It's even far more diverse.
Hold on. Western Europeans and Eastern Europeans do not see themselves being part of the same people. Western Europeans see Eastern Europeans as being Asiatic.
We're all missing the point here.
So,
let me be very clear about this. So Africa is the most diverse continent on the entire planet. I am making a very, very simple claim here. If you're going to say that Egypt isn't black, then we have to say that Greece isn't white. It's really that simple.
Well, Louis C.K. would agree with you. Because Greeks are not white.
They're fine.
I get where you're coming from.
Yeah, it's really that simple. So I don't claim to be a descendant of. I am very clear about my ancestry. My ancestry comes from the Neri Kingdom, which is the Igbo Kingdom, the seat of the Igbo Kingdom in Nigeria. I don't claim to be an Egyptian. I don't care to be tied to Egypt personally. What I care about is the erasure. So if there was, I'll give you guys an example. Now, when we're talking about quote unquote Afrocentrism, that's pseudo, right? When you hear there are some circles in the Black community that say Greece, like ancient Greece, was nothing but Black people. Or there are some that might say, oh, King James was Black. Like, to me, that is pseudo. But it's just as pseudo to me when I hear a bunch of people like Green Sahara, want to Caucasoid Africa. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, dude? Shut up.
I'm very clear in my argumentation. I'm always referring to West Eurasian genomes, West Eurasian ancestry. So, which is true. West Eurasian DNA has been in North Africa as well as East Africa for thousands of years.
The element that we're discussing here that you keep missing is skin color, right? That's the element. You keep thinking that when somebody says Black, I don't know why you keep talking about African American or West Africa. I don't even understand that. When I say Black or other people say Black, they mean it in the exact same context that they said it in the Bible, or the exact same context when they refer to Ethiopia, or the exact same context when they refer to Sudan.
We're talking about those called Black in the Bible.
There's plenty of people called Black in the Bible. You don't notice?
No.
Yeah. So hold on. Okay, so I get that out, but would you consider Aborigines in Australia Black?
They call themselves Black.
No, it's okay. All right, so it's not exclusive to populations in Africa that are Black.
Yeah, so let me be clear about this. If we're talking historically, conception of what Black meant was different from what it means today. So today, it generally, in 2025, it generally, in the West at least, refers to dark-skinned people of African descent, right? This is what you're getting at. But if you look historically, if you look in the Vedas, for example, the Dravidians and Tamils were called Black, right? In fact, a lot of people don't even know this. The caste system in India is actually based off skin tone, right? So you had that, right? You also had different peoples in other areas of the world that were called Black as well, right? I mean, again, because it was based upon skin tone. That's why I asked Greasy, he must not know who Al-Jahiz is. Al-Jahiz is somebody from Iraq. He's a Black person from Iraq, and he made a book 1,000 years ago about Black people. But what it meant back then was not a race. It just meant it was referred to skin tone. You see what I'm saying? So it was the way people categorize race is not how it was constructed back then. It just referred to skin tone.
And it's gone through other iterations, like the European centric was like, the Spanish word for Black and 17th century, and then that morphed into 19th century kind of racial theory.
Exactly. Yes.
And that, and now we're in this sort of like flux now of a class, like U.S. centric race dynamics that have kind of permeated through the world,
right.
And combined with modern genetics, that's kind of forming a new frontier. Okay, and so it's all colliding. We're in a transition period with
that's correct. Yeah.
Got it. Okay.
So I don't believe Egyptians was West African. I don't even. It's just silly, man. Oh, and by the way, Green Sahara, would you like the Bible verses that I'm referring to, or what do you? You said there's nobody said that in the Bible? Is that what you said?
Well, you're going to go to Ham and say that Ham means Black?
I didn't say that at all. I'm asking a very direct question. You obviously don't know the Bible.
Pull up some Bible.
You don't know the Bible. Just say you don't know the Bible.
Pull up some Bible.
Here's what you do. I got you. We'll do it right now. So I want you to pull this up. I want you right now, you pull up Song of Solomon, chapter 1. Let me know when you pull it up.
You're pulling up the Shulamite woman.
Well, pull it up. You said no one said it.
No one did say it.
Okay, well, there's a few people in the Bible called Black. We're going to go through all of them. Go ahead. Just
hold on. Hold on.
because I'm pulling up the King James version and black's in there. So now we're gonna before we get into like, well, which version? Like, what version are we talking about?
That's totally fine. King James version is totally fine.
All right, but if I were to pick a different version, am I gonna not see black and then
You're gonna see the same thing. You're gonna see the same thing.
All right, okay.
What's the verse?
5. What does it say? Read it out loud.
Hold on. Wait, what chapter?
I just told you 1.
Oh wait, hold on.
Hold on. Verse 1:5. Now, so if I load up the International Standard Version, it's not black.
Okay, but most of them say black. So
I don't know if they do. So now we're into this, which is classic.
Yeah.
I know. I'm sorry but the King James says that, right? So, or maybe it's just the authorized.
Well, doesn't say black.
The authorized King James version does not say black. It says dark as well.
Yeah, a lot of dark actually.
Yeah, but a lot of them say black. This is what I'm saying. It's very strange, but at the end of the day, black. It's in there. So that's
but
you said it's not in there. It's in there. So you were wrong.
But I want to see what this says. Like,
no, you were wrong. You said it wasn't. No, stop. You said it wasn't in there.
Not wrong, because hold on.
You said it wasn't in there. You just lied.
And plus, you don't even know the context of what that's being used. Like,
I actually know exactly the context.
Irony.
Wait, hold on. I can tell you the whole verse. What are you talking? I can tell you the whole entire thing of what it's. What are you talking about,
bro?
Why would you say? Wait, hold on. So you was wrong about it. Instead of just admitting you was wrong. Wait, hold on. Instead of just admitting you were wrong, you want to say, wait, hold on. Instead of just admitting you were wrong, you want to say, I don't know. That's your response?
Is there another verse? Because like I'm going through like the 5099 Geneva Bible and it's saying dark. Like there's most of them say dark, not black.
But it doesn't matter. Like if you go to the Hebrew word is black anyway, so it doesn't even matter.
Gotcha.
Yeah, and also there's another one. We can find another one. So Simon the Niger in the New Testament literally means black.
I was referring to the Old Testament with my statement. But
now I'm referring to the Old Testament.
I give you cypher.
Oh, get the
one person being called black. Like, what is that?
It's not. No, you said it. No. You said it didn't. See, this is what I mean. This is what you do. You said it doesn't exist. We proved to you it does exist. Now you want to change your argument.
You proved to me that one person.
Oh my gosh, bro! All right, dude.
Most of the people in the Bible are not black, bro. So get over it.
Well, hold on. I saw Gladiator, and I'm pretty sure that guy's black that's hanging out with Russell Crowe.
That was a good movie. What y'all think about the second one, though? It was kind of. I don't think it needed to be made.
The second one was terrible.
Yeah,
I haven't watched it, but I saw an interview with the cinematographer, and he was just throwing it under the bus. He's like, filmmaking's become lazy, and everything's gonna be done in post. And they shot that film. They basically just had a whole bunch of different cameras because it's all digital now, and they just shot it from all these different angles. And then they just put it together in post, and like that takes away all the intentionality of lighting something and having purpose in the shots, single shot and stuff. Like it's just garbage. Yeah, cinemas in sorry state, guys.
Bro, movies are going to be AI in the future. Watch. All movies are going to be AI.
It's getting there.
Hey, Sam, bring Dunn up. You there, Sam?
Who am I bringing up?
Dunn.
Yeah. I'm watching a video on the Green Sahara. It's just pretty interesting. So most of the ancient civilizations were built on like rivers. So you got like the Nile, the Tigris, the Euphrates, the Indus, and there were like rivers in the Green Sahara. And it makes me wonder, the fuck? There's probably some civilizations on those rivers.
Most definitely. Yeah, the lake that was there circa 7,000 BC. Was like way bigger than any of the biggest lakes today.
Mega Lake Chad.
And it's interesting. You find the Chad. You find in the I think it's the western shores of Chad today, the western parts of Chad today. I think they're predominantly, other than Ireland, I think they're the most haplogroup are.
Yeah, how's that have a lot of R?
The RV88 or whatever, the OGRs.
Yeah.
What's the name of the documentary you're watching? Sam, if you don't mind me asking, what's the name of it?
Name of what?
Documentary you're watching on the Green Sahara.
I'm watching PBS Eons When the Sahara Was Green.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that. I think I've seen that. Okay.
That's old. It's kind of old, but it's good, but it's old.
Because it's telling you, you know what I'm saying? It's got some good information in there about it. A lot of people didn't believe that back in the day that it was green. They didn't believe it. Then, you know, when he started like doing the science, you know what I'm saying? And showing, you know, water under the ground, you know, watermarks and this and that. And it kind of like, then you see the rock art with the animals and stuff on it in the Western Desert, like Kitover, the Wadi Surah, you know what I'm saying? Cave of Swimmers. You see all this stuff. And then it's like, okay, you see settlements, you know, that like, they're not like permanent, but you see settlements in the Western Desert, kind of like shot that whole thing in the foot. Why would they be drawing giraffes and hippopotamus and all this stuff when the Sahara is a desert? You know what I'm saying? Obviously, there were animals up there at some point, and had to be an ecology that was conducive to supporting that type of life.
You should watch a Minuteman's video on the Green Sahara. Have you heard of Minuteman on YouTube?
Seen him. I might have to check that out.
No, I don't know, man.
Let me pull him up. But he has a pretty good video on the Green Sahara. Give me a second.
Dude, right now, Sam, in Islamist America, a room for the strong Muslim. Sam is not a Jew. Interesting.
Y'all shove so damn disrespectful, bro. Like, why can't he have a respectful conversation? Like, he's like cursing me out in there, being very disrespectful. And you guys, like, with the green buttons, y'all ain't like checking them on that, bro. I'm coming in there in good faith, Green Sahara, to like have a conversation with y'all, like whether we agree or disagree. I ain't disrespecting nobody in there, and that guy's like cursing me out. I'm just like, bro, I don't want to go back and forth with you. I've been down that road with you, bro. I don't want to go back and forth with you on that, because like if we was in person, man, you would really have to show me, dog, because like you really popping off at the mouth, and I'm trying to be more mature about it. I'm trying to have a conversation about it. Like, we don't have to agree on everything. People, nobody's above reproach. So if they want to critique the older vanguard of scholars, like Dr. Ben, Dr. Clark, and those people, that's fine. They can critique us. They can critique Sheikh and the Jihad Black. These people are not above reproach. They can be critiqued, but what I don't like is the disrespectful tone that they have with it, bro. Like it's one thing to critique them, but it's another thing to be disrespectful. Is it these men disrespected their children or something, right? Like, these individuals are the reason why we're here today and able to discuss this stuff, because they laid the foundation. What they had to go through to get us here, man, it's just like, it's a way of doing it. That's what I'm saying, bro. And the way they do it, man, listen, that guy gets shoved out. I know he don't talk to people like that in real life. There's no way he can do that, because somebody been tried him a long time ago. That's when it goes beyond scholarship when you do that, bro. Like if you guys were in there, the way that guy was cursing me out, man, calling me all types of BITCH.
What are you talking about?
Yashub.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah, this guy is just like, he knows. Green Sahara knows. He's always in Green Sahara's room. He knows it. And I'm trying to figure out, like, why do y'all hang around a guy that speaks like that? That type of energy. I wouldn't want that around.
Hey, I can't control how another man be talking on Clubhouse, so that's just how he talk. He rough. That's just how
I like Yashub. I like Yashub, and he's assertive. He's funny, and he's damning. He's very damning. He's holding no prisoners. He believes what he believes. He argues what he argues, and he just goes for the jugular. I don't know who this guy is.
Wait a minute. There's one thing you can believe in what you believe. Listen, there's nothing wrong with believing what you believe. That's not the question. There's no problem in defending your information. Okay? That's what you should do if you feel your information is right and exact. Defend your information. But it gets to another level, bro, when the person you're engaging with, you start calling them all types of bitches and I'll smack your bitch ass. Like, dude, that ain't scholarship. That shit, nigga, if I see your ass in person, you gonna have to show me that shit. I'm sorry, bro. You gonna have to fucking show me, because one of us, goddamn it, ain't walking. Nigga, you gonna be unconscious on that fucking ground fucking with me. Okay, I'm just telling you the straight up truth, bro. And I be in it for the scholarship.
Yeah, but
okay,
we all have our own way. We walk our lives the way we do, and that's how we roll. I mean, that's just how it is. Not everyone's going to be approaching it in a way that is just pure scholarly logic. People are, there's an entertainment value to it for sure.
That's not an approach, bro. Are you a fucking clown or you a scholar? Which one is it? Are you an asshole / clown, or are you a motherfucking scholar, nigga? At the end of the goddamn day. That's what the fuck I'm trying to figure out. Because at the end of the day, I come for the scholarship. I don't come for all the extra shit.
Well, then, I mean, you got to put the extra shit aside, because there is some scholarship there. There's no doubt the guy does get into the nitty gritty. Oh man, he'll do like 2-3 hours just pure reading papers. Now he may take a break to then go after who he thinks are absurd people.
I got you. This is what I was trying to say when I was in there. Okay, because the asshole, and I see the asshole in the audience right there. You call him an asshole because that's what he is. I'm trying to keep it on the scholarship, and this asshole wants to curse me out and everything. I'm trying to stick with the scholarship. That's all I care about. I care about what does the scholarship say? What does the consensus of scholars say? Okay, that's what I'm about. I'm not about all that extra shit. You know what I'm saying? All this.
Let's hear it. I don't even know.
I want to say one thing though, right quick. Because this is something I'm going to make key to what we talking about. Because I didn't forget it. He tried to talk over me, hoping I would forget it. This is the thing I'm going to make key. Okay, regardless of all the extra shit. I'm very distrustful, especially in a subject as complex as ancient Egypt. Me personally, I am very distrustful of individuals who hang their hat on one type of evidence, but then they would turn and critique others. But yet their whole foundation is based on one type of evidence. Now, I am not discounting any types of evidence. I'm saying individuals that hang their hat, especially with a subject as complex as ancient Kemet, that would hang their head on one type of evidence. That raises an eyebrow for me, because I'm just like, okay, I hear you, but we're gonna have to chop that up.
How about this? How about we set up a day where y'all can debate the race of the ancient Egyptians?
No, let's just get it popping now. Let's get it popping right now.
I mean, it's late. So I don't know what everybody's doing right now. So
I got stamina for if ad infinitum. Okay.
Let's get it popping.
I don't know if you got time, because some of us are still on vacation.
He popped his ass up in here. He popped up in here. He's in here. Okay, his ass is in here. Okay, I want to keep it on the scholarship though. I don't want to get into all this thug wannabe gangster shit. Oh, you bitch ass thing and all this shit. That ain't nothing but a diversion and a distraction. That's all that is. It ain't throwing me off, but it's unfair to the people who listening. Okay, that ain't nothing but a diversion and distraction. I want to see what more do you know than a few genetic studies. Because here's the bottom line, what I'm going to say, and I'm just throwing this out right now, and I'm going to prove it. Okay, I'm going to prove it, because what he tries to do is pigeonhole me, because I support Dr. Beard, Sheikh, and the Diop, and I'm always going to support them. Now, I don't know what this dude is talking about, okay? But he tries to pigeonhole their ideas as if I'm just some blind follower, some worshiper, and I don't have my own thoughts. I'm not my own individual. I can't defend things that I bring, okay? Dude, please. I'm saying this, and he can feel free to respond. I'm making this clear. There is no consensus on the genetic front. So running to grab a genetic study like he did with the modern study, and even with all the cursing that the dude cursed me out, I'm still agreeing with what he said with the study. So I don't even know why he was cursing me out like he was. With the 80% genome is African based, 20%, if you will, is Eurasian, coming from Anatolia /
You still don't understand the paper.
No, wait. Let me finish. No,
I'm not
going to the diatribe. Please.
You show that you don't understand the paper.
I'm not going on the diatribe. What I'm saying
What
is,
you said you don't understand the paper.
oh my Lord, I just want to be able to finish. What I'm saying is, sir, please.
Call me in the room when you're done.
Excuse me. Right. Just let me finish. What I'm saying.
2 hours, I'll be back.
What I'm saying is, no, I'm landing right here. What I'm saying is, I'm landing right here. Even with the dude cursing me out, I'm telling you, I agree with the findings of the paper. I don't disagree with the paper. The problem is, what these guys like to do is take studies that have, for one, in this case, one individual from one particular spot in Middle Egypt and make this indicative of an entire population, and then it's one type of evidence, genetic evidence. For them, it's the creme de la creme of evidence.
But they be using genetics like it's some sort of like it's some sort of like this so hey, well, this is what they found recently, so therefore it has to be this, therefore this just trumps everything else. Like, yo, bro, like, relax. It's one form of evidence. It's not 100%. It's something that we can like extract information from, but like, guys, like, relax. Like, what the fuck?
Well, I think the genetic evidence is way stronger than any other pieces of evidence.
Yeah, because you're white. Because you're a white guy.
Oh my goodness.
It's not because I'm white. It's because I'm a rational human being who understands what sorts of evidences have different sorts of weight. Like, you can lie. Ancient cultures can be wrong about where they're from. Ancient cultures can believe all sorts of dumb shit. But geneticists are probably right when different ancestral populations intermix with each other, because you could just like.
Sam. This is the problem right here. That's actually what you just said is actually kind of irrational, and I'll tell you why. So this stuff changes all the time, right? You're a Jew. It even changes with your ancestry. Like, this is the thing, right? You guys make it appear as if, hey, this is what the scientists found, therefore it's a fact. That's a problem. No geneticist is going to tell you that, right? Instead, what they're going to tell you is more about approximations, probabilities, things like that, which I have no problem agreeing with. But you saying this sort of evidence supersedes all other forms of evidence is fucking ridiculous. Now, this isn't the same. This is another problem. You guys take ancient genetic tests that they've selected for thousands of years ago, the same as, let's say I am taking a genetic test for my fucking child. You take it as the same exact thing, which is another fucking stupid thing, because it's not that simple, and that's not the way it goes. And this is the problem with you guys' reason. You don't understand these distinctions, and yet you try to superimpose it. It's just irrational.
I think he doesn't like
Alright, so let's just think about like what's more likely. Is it more likely that I am just being an irrational crazy person who happens, or that you just don't like the findings in population genetics, so you like freak out about it and you have a fucking allergic reaction to like the fucking things that population geneticists find, which is like, I don't care whether the Egyptians are black or not. It doesn't actually, like, it's no skin on my back either way. If I found out that everyone in the Old Kingdom was Sub-Saharan Africa, I literally would have no fucking effect on me whatsoever psychologically. What I just care about is going to geneticists and saying, what do you think happened? Because I think that they're pretty reliable about these matters. I trust them much more than fucking, like, people like Tamario. It's like, did you know that Zeno was black because this fucking passage in this fucking document? Like, it's fucking ridiculous. Just
wait a minute.
Look at bodies, look who they're related to. You can see who's related to whom in the DNA, and that's what you should go by. It's fucking obvious. It's kind of annoying. I debate it.
Wait. Hold on for a second. One quick second, bro. You said you trust them more than, I said, this, that, and the third. I get it, then so and so. Well, here's the thing. Again, we, and I'm not speaking for the brother, I'm just speaking in general. I don't think the cases that we're throwing out genetics and says, and then we're not saying that it doesn't have a useful place. It has a very useful place. That's not the argument. What we're talking about sometimes is the quality of the sample, okay, the interpretation, okay, and I'll give you an example of what I mean. At least in the case of interpretation, okay, racist wet dream right there. Like literally when you go look up, that's the first thing that pop up. Shows no sub-Saharan component and Sub-Saharan didn't get there to the Roman time and later, and more than likely from slavery or whatever. Okay, then you go look at where it was found, Middle Kingdom, more northerly Egypt. Okay, in the region. I forget the name of the spot. I'll pull it up in a second. Forgive me for that. But the fact of the matter is, it was a region in a later period with known to have influx of people from outside of Africa coming in to the place, okay, and a lot of mixture going on there. But how they presented that study, how they and the thing about it is this here, even the authors of the study, so it was more so people beyond the authors, how even the authors of the study said in the study that this study cannot represent the entire population, especially populations from the Old Kingdom, in particular Upper Egypt. But yet, the way people presented that study, he'll tell you who the ancient Egyptians are, no sub-Saharan component, way later during the Roman period and beyond. This is how they presented it. So we have to be careful, is what we're saying with this genetic stuff. It's not that it isn't useful, it's damn useful, but we have to be careful with it, and we have to know the limitation, and we can't just be hauling off at the mouth talking as if these genetic studies are just like the end-all be-all. Well, that settles it. This study right here or that one right there. That's the point that I'm making.
They're not smart enough to understand the nuance. See, that's what I told you. This is like, you know, this is like the pseudoscience for racists. You know, let's just go to the genetics, right? Instead of recognizing the nuance that this is not some sort of settled science. You know, people like Sam think this is settled science. That's what he thinks. He thinks he's using settled science. He doesn't understand that he's not. So I mean, you can't really argue with people like that.
Did he leave?
Yeah. He'll be back. I run him off all the time. He'll be back.
Oh, okay. All right. You see, here's the thing. When I have conversations about the origin of ancient Egypt, I use genetics as part of the conversation, but in my opinion, it's more complementary to a wide body of evidence. I look at agricultural evidence, I look at archaeological evidence, I look at burial evidence, okay, all right, I look at settlement patterns, how people move around, I look at pastoral evidence, okay, different linguistic evidence, okay, different types of evidence, as it pertains to Egypt and its neighbors, to see what do we have here, okay? And then you can buttress that with some genetics, okay? But I would submit that there is no consensus on the genetic front. There is no consensus. Like, show me where there's a consensus on the genetic front, okay? Like, let's not, like, here, right here, okay? Because that's the...